Gurus and Mitran, Shrimans and Shrimadis, Subhadinam. A warm welcome to the fourth session of Ayurveda Conversations. Before we start our session, it is our great privilege to have a senior physician, a great scholar, accomplished personality, Dr. K.P. Muralidharan sir, who has joined us to adorn this event. I humbly request Vaidya K.P. Muralidharan sir to give us a guest address.
Namaste. The previous session was very interesting. They covered a lot of aspects of Sattva Vyapashraya Chikitsa, Deva Vyapashraya Chikitsa. I think if we put it in a very simple manner, the one question is whether you can make a physical change with your mind. Isn't it? If you take the whole thing, the actual question is whether you can make a physical change with your mind. Ayurveda, according to Ayurveda, mind is not only a cognitive sense, it's a karmendriya also. With mind, you can do work like you do with hand and leg. You can actually make a physical change with mind. That's what Ayurveda says. Manasascha samadhanat pashyatyatma tiraskritam. If you cover something, if I try with my mind, I can see that. So it is a karmendriya. How to prove it? To prove it, you have to prove it with your mind itself. With mind itself only we can prove it. There is no other way. Once in Coimbatore, I was talking about mantras in a meeting. A person got up and he said, "Now I am ready to die. Just now I am ready to die. You chant a mantra and stop my heart." I asked him whether you will pay me. You will pay for that. It's a huge work. It's a big work. So I explained to him what is mantra, how it works, how you should practice it. And I told him, I'll tell you one mantra, 4 lines. Chant this mantra one time. But in between, you must not have any other thought. Finished. Finished. He doesn't want anything about mantra. Can you do it? When you do the mantra, you must not have another thought. If I want to take this thing, my hand must go straight. If I do like that, I cannot take it. Mind should straight go, and it will give the effect. Without another thought is a wonderful thing. That's a practice of mantra. Without another thought, if you can chant a mantra, there's a number, so much number. There is a devata for that, each mantra. You must be aware of that devata. There is a geometry because sound, if it is physical or even mental sound is there. Mental sound also is from Akasha Bhuta. Akasha and sound is the property of Akasha. So when you chant mantra, each mantra has a geometry. Geometry is the science of space, Akasha. For example, you would have heard about Sri Chakra, very famous Sri Chakra. There's a Shastra called Spoda Shastra about the split sounds. According to Spoda Shastra, this geometries, geometry is called yantra. Yantras are made for each mantra. Saundarya Lahari, famous Saundarya Lahari of Shankaracharya. That's a Sattvic Tantra. Each mantra in it has a particular yantra, a geometry. The famous mantra, Bhavanitvam Dase, Mai Vidara Dishtim Sakarunam, 4 lines. Its geometry is Sri Chakra. You cannot change. It is according to the Spoda Shastra. So the space is quality, sound. All these things are related in the mantra. And there is a particular Devata, Rajarajeshwari. And you have to observe certain things. Then which things you do as Nivedyam. All these things you must follow. Then see whether there is a change. Actually, big yagas are being performed in India. And we see physical changes also. I think here in nearby Palakkad, Panyal, a very famous Adhiratra Yaga in the same Vedic way was performed years back. Even now, every 2 years they are doing it. When it was first performed, even now I think 5 European universities are funding it. And they are studying the environmental change when this yaga is being performed. When it was first performed, in Kerala, you know, it's a place of Athis. A lot of Athis are there. They came with a video and all these things to prove that this is not scientific. They don't know anything about yaga or mantra or anything, but they have collected an information that in the last day, when the yaga shala, the thatched building under which the yaga is done, will be put on fire. That's the usual way. When fire is put to the yaga shala, a eagle with white neck should come in the sky and fly around. and there must be rain. These are the rules of Yaga. So they were sure it will never happen. Because that area, I am very familiar with that area. Panyal, near Shornur. You can't even see a vulture in that place. And in April, May, you can never expect a rain. But both the things happened. This is not a big surprise for people who know these things. Even in Coimbatore, every year I have seen a particular homa, April, May, last day there is rain. When it is ended, the rain comes. So physical effect can be made metaphysically. This is a physical proof. Physical proof is there. Theoretical proof I cannot explain here. It's a long, big thing. Theoretical proof is also there. Theoretical proof is the big proof. Because any physical matter in its ultimate physical constituent is kinetic energy. Physical matter, kinetic energy is Vayu, and from Vayu is from mind. Physical matter is not true. I think some 125 years back, physics has proved. Max Planck has plainly said there is no matter as such. There is no matter as such. If you analyze matter, there is nothing in it. There's no matter. Then what has to be there within it? You can only reasonably suppose. Reasonable supposition is that the constituent of, minutest constituent of physical matter has to be thought or knowledge. It's the same what Sankhya says. See, Sankhya philosophy, from that mathematics happened. Mathematics, people say Indians invented zero. That's really funny. Without zero, there is no mathematics. Somebody would have counted 1, 2, 3, that's all. But he would not have stopped at 9. Mathematics was developed from Sankhya philosophy. The meaning of the word Sankhya is about the number. Number means how you limit the unlimited. The unlimited is truth. Purusha. How you limit the unlimited. According to Sankhya, it is limited by space, time, and causation. See, we must understand the background. Now, after relativity, we all hear these words, space-time continuum, another continuum. All these things we are hearing. Before that, is there a reference of space-time anywhere? Any philosophy? Any religion? Anything about God? Here, even in Kerala, the old women, hundreds of years back, when they worship God, they chant slogas. Deshagala avadibhyam nirmuktam. You are beyond of space, time, and causation. Have you ever heard somebody praying to God? You are beyond space, time, and causation. So, this is the problem with we are saying religion, no religion or anything. This is the Shastra. How to understand metaphysical and spiritual world, existence. That is the Shastra. In Sankhya, if you look at that, what they have done to explain Sankhya, it is a human being. Another thing what I heard here is separating Shastra and science. these two words are used in same meaning. That is wrong. That is wrong. Science is not Shastra. If you have a physical proof for anything, you consider it a science. It's not Shastra because it changes. After some time it changes. Shastra is Shasati is Shastra. That's said in affirmation. You cannot change it. Theories of Shastra never change. Science can change. We have seen the classical science has gone. Now the physical world is not absolute reality. It is relative, apekshikam. This is what we said previously. Advaita says the objective world, physically objective world, is apekshikam. Nirapeksham is the base of this. Aparoksham is the base of this. Science has come to that level. This is not complete truth. This is a conditioning. That is the first step. Then relativity, quantum, in the end, observer principle. Complete Advaita has come to physics. The question is, in Advaita, what they do is, this and me, this and I. Okay. I know the physical world. The Advaitic question about this observation is, the man, the body-mind consciousness, a man with body-mind I, is also a physical thing. It's a part of the world. In the modern science, you take the whole universe as an experimental area. What about the man who is doing the experiment? Observer. He is also in that. You must take him and the whole thing as one event. Otherwise, it is not complete. If you take it as a whole one event, including observer, who is knowing that? Who is knowing that? The observer's another consciousness is knowing that. I am here, I see the world. My body, mind, I is knowing the world. It is called Jna. In Sanskrit, they say Jna, knower. If I can turn back, this is very practical. I have done this with psychological treatment with patients. I have tried this. I say this, I see this. I am also knowing that the knowing me, the me who experienced the world, I am knowing that me also. Isn't it? Isn't it? Sometimes some patients with mental trouble who are about to fall into mental disease come to us. I have experience with two people. And they know, they are aware, they know they are in trouble. They have fear. Terrible mental torture. They cannot escape. So I call them and sit and talk to them. See, that is like tapas. Such a mental agony is the same with, we say the people go for tapas, the same thing. You torture your mind because you want to know the real I. When you have this problem, they can come and you must talk to them very closely. Then they will say, they are afraid or some problem is there. They feel they cannot escape. Some people try to commit suicide because they understand the fear is not from outside. The fear is within them. The only way to escape is to commit suicide. Okay. So in that position, sometimes they say, what a nonsense is this? I want to escape. What a torture. What is this? Then they are observing it. So I ask them, who is saying that? In that, among the mental torture period, sometimes they get fed up with it and say, what nonsense is this? I want to get out of it. Who is that I? If you have the experience of yourself experiencing physical world, you can give them a glimpse of the consciousness which know, I feel so, I think so. See, I say I am very sad. I know I am very sad. I can go to that person who is sad, who is crying. That person I can see, isn't it? We are not one mind-body people. When we think, when we are thinking very strongly about it, or when we are suffering a strong pain, mental agony, if we are able to turn and see who says this. Sometimes we say, what a nonsense. How can I suffer this? I want to escape from this. At that time, you are reasonable. One can experience himself knowing things. That consciousness is called Sakshi, witness. So, the Shastra says, Nya Sakshi Tyuchate. I have the physical world. I have myself who is experiencing this. I have myself observing myself experiencing this. There I am witness, unaffected, uninvolved, keeping away. In the mental torture, if you could put the person, turn and get a glimpse of the observing person, the real observer, the Sakshi, witness, that is himself, suddenly the mental problem will go. I have experience with two people. With a fear psychosis, a young girl came. She had a shock during a surgery. And she had tremor. Face was pale. And she narrated everything to me. I didn't listen to anything because I have no use with all these things. I didn't look at her. She was sitting here. I just spoke in the air about how we observe ourselves experiencing. That I who experience, the experiencing me is different. He's witness. He's standing aloof, unaffected, uninvolved. If we could explain, if we had that experience, when somebody is in torture, we can show that person in himself. I was talking about it. Suddenly I felt something has happened here. When I turned, that girl is sitting very close to me and her face has completely changed. She was giggling. She was laughing. And she had put a lot of medicines, what the psychiatrist gave her. I turned and asked her what happened. She just sat back and pointed to the medicines and asked me, what can we do with this? She was completely transported to the previous state. This is the Dhi Dhairya Atmadi Vijnanam. So, proof is from experience. We must try. Without trying, we must be aware, we must learn, and we must try. If anyone can understand, if he sincerely tries, that he has another plane of consciousness that is more true than the body mind me. Body mind me think. Can't we observe the thinking I? No, I say that thought comes to me. Okay. So I know that. It was registered somewhere. That thought came to me. How can it come to me? I am there in the background. I am there in the background. When I say I am terribly afraid, I am like that, I am very sad, I am very happy, this and that, you are knowing it. You are knowing it, that you are happy. Turn back and see, you are knowing it. That knowing person, if you could jump to that knowing person, you are away from it. You are away from the affected person. You are not affected. You are just standing still, unaffected, uninvolved. So from such places the mantra comes. All these things come. And one more thing, I heard here people say Bhuta is virus. Bhuta is what is said in the book. The book says it is Bhuta. It's a Bhuta. It's a personality. A personality. Actual personality. I have a personality. In my mental world, there are personalities. Bhutas are personalities. Innumerable personalities are there. See, physical world, within it is the mental world. Is constituent. Beyond energy level is the metaphysical world. World of mind, thought and emotion. Okay. The difference is whatever is spatial here is temporal there. Whatever is temporal here is spatial there. Just like what they say about black hole. Black hole also the same thing. Whatever is spatial here, beyond that is temporal. I am here, my thought is temporal. In the mental world, the thought is space. This world is constituted of 5 bhutas. That world is constituted of personalities. And they are reduced to 18 personalities. Here a lot of elements are there, they are reduced to 5. Absolutely no contradiction. Shastra and science have absolutely no contradiction, but don't stick to the classical old science. Come to the modern science. Then everything is explained. Everything is explained. In science also, in physics, beyond this is mind. Whatever is space here is time there, temporal. So that world is constituted of personalities. Bodily, Ayurveda starts with Panchabhuta. Starting with mind, they say Bhuta, personality. Personalities are reduced to, comprehensively reduced to 18. Actual, they are actual. They are people. It's a andhavishwasam, superstition. People say, no, it's not superstition. If it is superstition, you are also a superstition. Don't you have a personality? Don't you have a personality? You are here, you are a particular person. When you are somewhere else doing something else, you are a different person. With your child, you are father. With your wife, you are husband. With your student, you are teacher. You have different personalities, always. When you dream, you can't deny. Dream is a world. In that world, you are a particular person, you have to experience it. Even now, in fact, we are not continuously experiencing the world. We project, experience, go back. Then come. Because of the speed, we don't understand. So different worlds are there. They are different natures. Or the mental world. Mind is a world in itself, according to Shastra. There, the bricks of the floor is personalities. That is the Buddha. It's not superstition. It's very reasonable. Okay, I think there's no time, so I can stop. It's a big thing, very big thing. So to connect and explain everything, it takes a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for gracing us with your wisdom. Now let's move on to the fourth session of Ayurveda Conversations on the topic, is processed and packed food Ayurvedic? Quoting the quotation of Hippocrates, let food be the medicine shall be the food. With this, I'd like to introduce your session chair for the session, Ms. Claudine Franco. Ms. Claudine Franco from Brazil, named Karuna by Swamiji Chidanand Saraswatiji from Parmat Niketan Ashram, Rishikesh, where she does her seva every year since 2010. She's a walking inspiration who has achieved great success and expertise in the field of Ayurveda. She has significantly contributed to the community and society with her skillful hands as being an Ayurveda therapist. So let's welcome her with a big round of applause. Next, I'd like to welcome Dr. Karan Lakhani, House Surgeon, G.J. Patel, Institute of Ayurvedic Science and Research, Gujarat, the moderator of the session.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So happy to be here and have everybody here with us. Karan is going to do the talking.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have all gathered for the day 2, session 2 of Ayurveda Conversations 2023. The session is processed and packaged food Ayurvedic. As we all know, Ayurveda is an ancient science and has lot changed over time. The population has increased. The world has become globalized. Industry and technology have been implemented. There is the expansion of monoculture, less street markets with fresh food, and more supermarkets with packed food. Our challenge then, as Ayurveda practitioners, became to adapt the classic to the modern, to dialogue with this ancient wisdom and try to bring into the modern era. And with that, to continue to provide health and well-being to all present here. The theme of this panel is processed and packaged food Ayurvedic. We have these doctors and specialists of the highest caliber and that will help us to navigate through these two worlds. I request everyone to give a huge round of applause to the learned minds who have got a rich background, and as I invite our esteemed panelists. The classical panelist, Dr. Mukund Sabnis, the founder and principal researcher at Jeevan Rekha Ayurveda Chikitsalaya and Research Center since 1976. He has established more than 90 centers. His work in standardization of Ayurvedic medicine, supported with research, has contributed to the recovery of patients with various health conditions. I invite Dr. Narayanan Nambi, currently the principal of Astangam Ayurveda Chikitsalayam and Vidyapitham and director of academic division of the SNA Aushadshala Private Limited, actively involved in Ayurveda education in Europe and is a faculty member of Ayurvedic Point, Italy. His teachings and articles have received much acclaim. I request Dr. Rahul Nair to come on the stage, the professor of Rog Nidan and senior consultant, Astangam Ayurveda Vidyapitham, Medical College, Kerala, collaborator of Ayurveda with evolving advances in technomedicine. He tries to explore the vast potential of Ayurveda in providing solutions for spectrum of diseases like cancer, autoimmunity, pulmonary, and cardiac disorders. For the contemporary panelists, we have Dr. Siby Chiramel, Principal Ayurveda Practitioner at Uttar Hospital, Malaysia, President and co-founder of Cancer Survive Center, Malaysia, specialized in treating complex medical conditions like cancer, kidney failures, and connective tissue disease. Has organized national and international seminars on various topics such as health, religion, spirituality, and environment. We have Dr. Bhaswati Bhattacharya, practicing integrative physician scientist, clinical assistant professor, Department of Medicine at Cornell Medical College, New York, director, Center for the Ayurvedic Studies at Indic Academy, MPH, MD, Medicine, PhD Rashastra from BHU. Since 1983, she has worked in laboratories, conducted clinical researches, and worked with dozens of projects in Global Ayurveda and TCIM. Authored the book Everyday Ayurveda and the Discovery Channel documentary Healer's Journey into Ayurveda. We have Vaidya Rama Prasad, currently heading the Education and Training Department at Vedic Rama, Ayurvedic coach and practitioner with 30 years of experience developing a version of tongue diagnosis, trained at Coimbatore Ayurveda College during the 1980s, created a 5-element based Prakriti analysis and used it effectively as the key technique for his Ayurveda life coaching. We have Dr. Shubhangee Satam, currently working as an independent consultant for the herbal and nutraceuticals industry. BAMS MD Ayu, specialized in Dravya Guna. In addition, she also holds a degree of law, LLB, and a yoga instructor certificate. Has 16 years of experience in clinic, 12 years of experience in healthcare industry and Ayurvedic pharmacy. Consultant for leading Ayurvedic pharmaceutical manufacturers internationally. I wholeheartedly welcome all the panelists on the stage with a huge round of applause. Now we move on for the Purva Paksha, starting with the classical panelists. We have Dr. Mukund Sabnis, sir.
Good afternoon. I am observing 2 bells now. So I'll finish it within 5 minutes. So getting influenced with the Deva Vipashraya Chikitsa since morning, I have one quotation regarding the food from Bhagavad Gita. That is, Yat yamam gatarasam putim paryushitam chayat uchchishtam chapi amedhyam bhojanam tamasapriyam. When we learn some spiritual books, we have to follow it, then only it works. We have to believe it, then only it works. And I think all we Indians believe in Bhagavad Gita and these specific sutras regarding the food in the 16th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. What does it mean? Yatayamam gatarasam putim parishitam chayat. Food which is prepared after 3 hours becomes tamas, can impact tamas activity in the body. And one of the most important activity which has been mentioned, that is amedhyam. Bhojanam amedhyam tamasapriyam. Amedhyam is it may be inducing dementia or memory loss or Alzheimer's. And is it possible because every day nowadays we are eating food which is stale, which is prepared after 3 hours. Modern medicine says it is 4 hours, not more than that. And actually, when such types of food are consumed, there are 2 activities working on it. It is not with the preservatives that they can stop these activities. And the most important activity is the oxidative stress getting prepared in the food, oxidation in the food. And the second is the advanced glycation end products. These 2 things They are the most important culprits when we are preparing food and eating it after some time. There is another quotation coming from Ashtanga Sangraha, and that quotations tell that tail, grita, kashaya, and other foodstuffs, they should never be reheated. And reheating, again, I'll add one thing into it. One big question, that is milk. These substances are never to be reheated. Even milk, not to be heated at all. And we in India, we practice reheating the milk. Once the milkman gives the milk to us, we heat it first. If it remains like this, we put it in the refrigerator. Again we heat it. Again we heat it till we buy the next week. That is the fashion in Indian families. And these type of reheating can create, specifically in milk, that is receptors for advanced glycation end products, RAGE. And that has been proven. Second most important part regarding the industry, what we call as, we buy honey. Honey is very famous in the European countries, in the Western countries, even in India. And how we get honey? The honey which is packed is completely boiled. Without boiling the honey, it is not permitted to pack it. And this is the fact. And Ayurveda clearly recommends that honey should not be even heated, not even should be added with warm water. Forget about all the things. What people take honey with warm water, Sushruta has clearly said that is wrong practice. What happens when honey is heated? Again, the same context, because it is high with fructose, it will generate more and more advanced glycation end products. And these advanced glycation end products are not at all addressed by any of the regulatory affair. What is addressed? How much bacteria, how much fungal infection, how much viruses, how much moisture, and what are the nutrients? We are all over-nutritious people. Make it a point. Nowadays, nobody is under nutrition. Means whatever the society is able to consume these Ayurvedic medicines and these preserved medicines and packed food. Nobody is poor. Everybody is overnourished. And when we are overnourished, we need not to take these type of drugs which are completely packed, completely having lot of preservatives in them. So these concerns are very important. And lastly, when we talk about Ayurveda food, what is food? What is ahar? Ayurveda has clearly elaborated ahar as a hita ahar and ahita. Very clear classification. Hita ahar and ahita ahar. Hita ahar, which nourishes the tissues properly, and ahita ahar, which doesn't nourishes or deteriorates the tissues. And that is the definition. Whether we should see in what category our food fits into. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I hope the participants are taking the notes as we are talking about one of the Trayo Upastambha, that is Ahara. Moving on, next we have Dr. Narayanan Nambi, sir.
Homage to Krishna Kumar ji. And thank you for organizers for inviting me here. The moment we started discussing about Ahara, I just want to take our vision to the classical textbooks and some of the terminologies which we come across. Very oftenly we have words Ahara, Anna, Ashanam also comes repeatedly in the book. Na Ashanam, Nasham. So the absence of the Ahara will become Nasha. And parallelly also, if you look at in English, we get the word diet, meal, food, different terminologies too. But from an Ayurvedic point of view, there are many layers of things comes once a food goes inside. It starts from the tongue. So first comes the priya or apriya. whether you like or dislike. I don't want to translate the word Sanskrit into an English word. Most of the time that itself become an adharma sometime. So priya and apriya is one thing which will come. As the food goes inside, we have interaction with our own Agni. So we have a set of things, aviruddha or viruddha, another two set of categorization. Then when it goes to the srotasas, we have pathya and apathya, next level. And when it goes to the full body, even including the manas, then we have satmya, satmyas. Then it goes to the totality, we have hita and ahita, as rightly he mentioned. And so there are 10 terminologies now arrived: priya, apriya, viruddha, viruddha, pathya, apatya, hita, ahita, and again, lastly, sukha and dukkha. You know, it is how sukha has another meaning in Sanskrit. Kha is akasha, you know, the how surroundings are there. In the context of ahara, Ayurveda says, Ayurveda ahara vidhi visheshayatanam, how to take and etc. So we should have a sukha dukkha. And ultimately, in the global level or the universal level, we have another words of dharma and adharma. So I just enlisting some 12 terminologies in the context of ahara as an introductory note. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much, sir. Next we have is Dr. Rahul Nair, sir.
Respected chair of this session, my respectful co-panelists, learned audience, and my dear students. So I happen to be in this campus along with Dr. Ramya, and accidentally I became a panelist. And I thought that I may start my Purva Paksha by telling you one very striking case which was related with this particular topic, whether the packaged foods are Ayurvedic or not. Or rather, we may allow that to happen. One day in my OPD, a 6-year-old kid was brought and she was having chronic urinary urgency. That means she used to have bedwetting. Even though she went to classroom with the diapers, she complained that, her parents complained that the moment she wants to micturate, if it doesn't happen, it will be resulting in wetting of her inners. And she had been going through a lot of urologists, etc. My first, just like any other person, my first suggestion was to go for a urine routine. But her parents showed a pile of papers that contains different clinical examinations as well as routine urine examination done many a time. So I thought there is something else hiding behind. I think at that time in Ashtangam, in my medical college, Ayurveda college, there happened to be a discussion regarding the effect of gut microbiome and food. So I asked about her food habits only to see that she was very fond of eating these noodles, packed food items, pickles, and a lot many stuff. So I started with Krimihara formulations and advised the parents to strictly follow the diet. What resulted was a miraculous cure, and to my surprise, her parents told that the symptoms abruptly stopped. And after 6 months, they came again with the same complaint, and I asked what happened. And the parents told me that the mother's brother came from abroad, and he brought a lot of chocolates and packed foods, and the child started eating again. See the connection. You are not talking about some symptoms which is happening in the gastrointestinal tract on eating those foods. We are seeing symptoms in the urinary tract in response to some type of food, some specific type of foods that particular child was eating. So, my dear students, I think this is a menace happening in our society, wherein the people are ill-educated. One day, I will write one story too. One day, Swami Vivekananda was in Chicago, and one young lady came to him and asked, Swami, are you here to hypnotize us? And what was the response? His knee-jerk response was, no, I am here to dehypnotize you. I'm here to dehypnotize you. So I think this is the genuine role. This must be the genuine role one Ayurvedic doctor has to play in current society, being a dehypnotizer, to tell the mass that this type of food substances, the packed food items, processed food items, that can have lasting impact on your health, on your children's health, on your own health, geriatric health, and a lot more. And we know that Anna or Ahara, in the previous session, we were talking a lot about and exploring a lot about the Deva Vibhasraya Chikitsa. We were talking about Brahmam, etc. We say Annam is the Pratyaksha Brahmam. Every time when we eat something, isn't it? We see Brahmam in front of us, and we are having Agni within us, which is an intelligence which acts upon this Pratyaksha Brahmam and make it a part of us daily. And we know our Rasadhatu is something which is circulating like electricity. It should be so Laghu. It should be Laghu in such a way that once it is formed, it will reach anywhere in the body. Taranga Budbudadeha. It is the classical statement regarding the traveling of Rasadhatu. So once the Rasadhatu becomes imbedded or loaded with something which is Guru, what will happen? The traveling is delayed. It will be clogged somewhere. And we can see a lot of people coming to us with autoimmune diseases, thyroiditis, hypothyroidism, rheumatoid arthritis, systemic vasculitis, and a lot more. So one and only important culprit, one sole culprit, or rather a major culprit may be the rise of all these issues happening in the society behind the curtains will be the food factor. And mostly the changed arena or the landscape of food factors, which we see now, the freshly prepared food has now given away to the packed, sealed food habits, and that has become a more convenient thing. And let's now discuss whether convenience or health, which one is needed. So let this be the Purvaksha from me, and let me have my humble pranams to Krishna Kumarji, whose bhava is still here in this campus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we move on to the contemporary panelists. We have Dr. Siby Chiramel, sir.
Respected Murali sir, Srivalsan sir, dear friends. The topic, even though you can see that we have classical and contemporary, we can't say something against what they are going to say, because we also understand Punarishni Krudam Napibit, which we understand that it should not be reheated. But now you are here in this campus, you are taking fresh food. When you go back, I don't think that we are eating fresh food every day in the morning, right? You will be having bread in the morning, and when you reach the expiry date, you will keep it in the fridge, right? Then again, you take reheat and take it, you make it toast. So the theory or the message which we want to convey to you is that whatever you are listening has to be practiced by you. You should be walking the talk. That means you should not be practicing what is unhealthy and advising the patient that you should be healthy eating habits. So can I have the second slide? So before that, Ayurveda never recommend old packed or tinned food because it is considered tamasic and it does lose its prana and it has no healing properties. This is something which we all agree. And you can understand most of the preservatives used are unhealthy. For example, sodium, except sodium chloride. Traditionally, we were using 4 things to keep the food for a longer period. One was salt. Second, we used to use vinegar or alcohol. And third was we were drying in the hot sun, and it can be kept for a long period of time. But now sugar is the highest rich amount of things which we see in most of the packed food. And second is sodium nitrate and nitrates, and including sodium benzoate. So you will see that all these things are cancer forming things. So try to understand or read the label and try to understand it. If it is unhealthy, try not to take it. Even often, so artificial colors, there are a lot of numbers are explained there. Most of these numbers, which is explained in the bottle, explains that it is unhealthy. So try to avoid it. Next one. So nitrates and nitrites are chemicals used to preserve processed meats. Similar to have nitrates and nitrates cause havoc in the body by forming cancer-causing condition. Next one. So used along with, so definitely. Now the next question is, the Ayurveda term is used along with food and beverages, food supplements, herbal medicines for specific condition, even external things. For example, if there is a paste, toothpaste is coming in the market, 80% of it will be fluorides and all other chemicals, but just because they put one neem leaf into it, they will say it's Ayurvedic, you can use it, it's safe. So like that, you can see so many products, there will be one ingredient which is Ayurveda and they will label it an Ayurveda and people think that it is completely safe to take it, but they are actually directly cheating us. Next one. So the question is, solution is educate the public about the diet on Ayurveda, monitor the companies which produce Ayurveda labels or using Ayurveda in their products and educate them or create a guideline how to incorporate Ayurveda without harming the body. Otherwise, don't use it. Find a solution to remove the wrong ideas available in the website, Google. So even if you go into the Google or website, the moment you put something, they will say, oh, this is a tamasic food, this is rajasic food, this is good for improving health, this is to improve your mental condition, this is to improve your immunity. So many claims are there. Just because, and absolutely if you look at it, there is nothing about Ayurveda theory. And introduce Ayurveda diet or Ayurveda theories into the school level and public health department level to educate people about importance of health food habits and food. I mean, this is the only way. If at all we want to have a proper solution, it has to happen from the school level to make the people understand, like in China, how the Chinese medicine is introduced from the school level to understand what is the healthy habits of food. The same way we have to also do that. And create a rule for not to use word Ayurveda in any producers apart from ailments. Thank you. Create a web page where people who have any questions on health products to clarify authenticity and promote it. Have a council under the health ministry to verify before products are in the market. That means this is something we may be thinking about to make sure that Ayurveda word is not abused and improperly used in any of the food products. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next we have Vaidya Rama Prasad, sir.
Hello. Nice to be here. Homage to Sukumar ji. And when I look at the crowd and the stage, more than half a dozen classmates, colleagues, and teachers. One of our favorite teachers, Dr. Muralidharan, is here. We had a 1 hour chat yesterday, 1.5 hour chat yesterday. It's amazing. Anyhow, thank you very much. And once again, nice to be here. I know. I'm going to make it. Okay. Now, how many of you are awake? There are a few people sleeping in there. No, okay, thank you. So what is that?
Paisam is working.
Paisam, sedative, okay. So, have you heard of Chandrayaan? No? Yeah. Say, in the next trip, they're taking humans to moon. Do you think these three are going to go there? Yes? No. They need 3 cooks, a full set of kitchen, because they need to eat fresh. Is it going to happen? Come on, people. Are they going to take them to the moon? So stick with us. Stick with us. They are not going to the moon. We are going to the moon because we can have packaged food once a while. That's the point here. Can I get into my 3rd or 4th slide, please? next one. We'll go through this in the later. There are a few questions. Okay, next one. That's the one. Okay, the following one. Packaged preserved food is needed. That's my point. It's needed. It's essential. It's vital. It's unavoidable in these situations. You can find more. So you're going for a trip to New Delhi on a shoestring budget. Are you going to get out every single time to have a 5-course meal or 3-course meal? No, you'll pack food. Your mother would pack it for you. Or if the mother is coming along with you, you'll have all packaged meals. Yes, that's only lasts for 1 day or 2 days. But there are longer trips that we are doing these days. We need longer lasting foods. What's the problem with that? We sleep well, we exercise well, we drink well, we think well, we communicate well. Then we can manage it. Right? So you can't be 100% garden fresh, cooked, like within 3 hours, served by your favorite person. It's not going to happen. Right? I can guarantee all of them on Monday, if they're cooking lunch, they open their refrigerator. What's in the refrigerator? Freshly picked garden food? What are you talking about? You're not laughing enough. You're not making enough noise. Are you? Okay. So do you agree with at least a few of them? I was talking to a patient at Vaidgrama the other day. She lives in Central Africa and she's a vegan. What are the odds? How does she eat? Packaged food. Not forever. It's not good. We know that. And nothing is good forever, right? The other day, you must have read, someone drank 3 liters of water, died. Sodium, potassium pump, electricity. So nothing is good. Nothing too much is good. All those things are important. But these are situations that happen occasionally. Not every morning, not every lunchtime. Next slide, please. Benefits of bulk manufacturing. I rang a couple of friends who do lots of food like this, packaged food, organic and all those things, but still they need to add some preservatives. And one good thing, there are many good things, one of them is cost efficiency. When we buy tomato for 100 rupees a kilo, they get it for 30 rupees. So the overall cost of production, I know, is very low. So you can get cheaper food during those times. Next one, please. Safest packaging and preserving. There are so many ways to keep food longer than 3 hours. I know he was absolutely perfect. Textbooks talk about the Pudi Paryushitam Chayat. Yes, but we can keep it unpuri and unparyushitam, right? No? I think they're all fallen asleep. And I got 30 seconds to go. Okay, next one, please. Common preservatives. There are so many good ones, and there are so many not so good ones. What's the problem with that? If you're walking on the street, you're breathing dust, dirt, tire dust. You know, a tire loses at least 2 kilos in its lifetime. If you're on a highway, you're breathing this tire. So you would stop driving and walking on the street, right? We need to take some poison here and there. What's the problem with that? I mean, I want to know what's the problem with that? So 100% perfect? It's not going to happen. I'm going to finish before time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I suppose with this, we have thousands of questions raised, which will be asked from you in the Samvad. Next, we have Dr. Shubhangee Satam.
Okay, greetings to everyone. We just heard that Dr. Rama Prasad is taking all of us to Chandrayaan. Yeah, I mean, this group, we four are going with the packaged food, but I would say we are not sure whether we are going to come back healthy. I mean, or even if we are going to come back with those packaged foods. But of course, I fully agree with what he says, that the packaged food is the need of the hour now, looking at the lifestyle, what we are into. Or in fact, I mean, there are some incidents where actually, I mean, somebody is traveling outside, or where the fresh food is not possible to get. I mean, I can just give my example. I have been traveling in Europe a lot. Almost every second month I'm in Europe. I'm a vegetarian, so no meat, no eggs, no fish. And it's many times, it's such a big problem for me to get the right food. I mean, many times I'm at the railway station, maybe at Frankfurt railway station, at Amsterdam railway station, and I'm just looking out for some warm food. Yeah, I'm hungry. I just want to have some warm food, but there is nothing what I can have. Many times I have just landed up going to McDonald's and had French fries, because that's the only thing what I felt, which is warm, which is crispy, which is tastier at that time. Though in India, I never have French fries. Yeah. So at that time, I would say the need of the hour is definitely a packaged food, which I sometimes carry it from India. I mean, this is a great help for me. So coming to this point, let us see some of my slides. So when we talk about the processed and packaged food, the first concern for me is many of the formulations what I see, it has just one or two single Ayurvedic herbs, just for the namesake, not in the substantial amount, just to name it or tag it as Ayurvedic product. So this is definitely misguiding the masses. I mean, under the name of Ayurvedic product, I mean, the marketing is done. So this is the first concern. The second one, most of the food items, there is no dosage what is mentioned on the Ayurvedic package. I mean, many times there are herbs inside, which are herbs like, which has medicinal properties, like Arjuna is there, Mukuna is there, Ashwagandha is there. I mean, and definitely we don't know how much amount is already present in that food item. That's a second concern. The third one, of course, we all know that preservatives, additives, all these excipients need to be there in the food to make it more stable, to have the shelf life for a longer period. But again, many of the food products, many of the Ayurvedic food products, nothing is mentioned on the label. I mean, which preservatives are added, what excipients are added, nothing is mentioned. Then comes a most critical part, what I felt. I mean, there are several teas available in the market under the category of Ayurvedic food, and they are making heavy over claims, like medicinal claims are made. I mean, I can just quote one example. There is one tea what I found in the market, which is actually mentioned as a treatment or the management for PCOS. Now, PCOS, like polycystic ovarian syndrome, is such a complex disease, such a complex condition. How can we treat that condition only with 1 cup of tea? I mean, which is an Ayurvedic tea. I mean, this is like overclaim, which should not be allowed, what I felt. Fine. Then some more concerns are there. Whenever you talk about this processed and packaged Ayurvedic foods, I would say definitely a strict adherence to the regulations which are already there, like in Indian government, which is the food safety standards for Ayurvedic Ahar. These regulations are there from last year, like 2022. Definitely strict adherence should be monitored. Yeah. Then what I notice in some of the products, that the incompatibility of the ingredients in the formulation, that means that the samyoga factor, what we say, what is combined together, this is never taken care of. I mean, I can just quote an example. Most of you must be knowing about this Brook Bond Ayurvedic tea, right? Have you heard about this Brook Bond Ayurvedic tea? Or maybe it is not so famous in South. Of course, in Maharashtra and that side, I mean, it's very famous, which has 5 ingredients in it. Ashwagandha is there, tulsi is there, ginger is there, cardamom is there, and yashtimadu is there. Now, when we talk about chai, like it is expected that we are going to have this tea with milk. And in Ayurvedic text, it's clearly mentioned that tulsi should not be combined with milk. Yeah? Then how is it possible that tulsi is there in this formulation? Maybe, okay, we can give an answer saying that tulsi is again along with other ingredients. So maybe it is okay. But still, I don't think, I mean, anybody must have thought about this incompatibility, Viruddha Ahar, while formulating this formula. Okay, then comes about the quality parameters. Whenever we talk about medicine, we always talk about the pesticide analysis, we talk about heavy metals, we talk about other things, but for the food also, actually, we should monitor these parameters. Okay, next. There are some positive aspects also about the food, I would say. It's an easy entrance in the global market with the food aspect. Yeah. Of course, I mean, in the food also, we can say the Tridosha and Triguna concept can be applied. We'll talk about that later. Yeah. Okay, it can be targeted for some special indications, example, for stress, for sleep. This is also possible. Okay, in the next few slides, there are just photographs are there. I've just put down some photographs of the products which are already available in the market. These are particularly available in the international market. You can see Vata, Pitta, Kapha, like the porridges are available which are Vata oriented, Pitta, Kapha, like I mean specifically for doshas. Yeah, there are some general products are there, like khichdi is available, dal is available, like this chilla, besan chilla, what we say, that is available. There are some products which are available in US. So I mean, you can just see some photographs. Some are from India, some are from US. Yeah, the next one. And one last question. In this Ayurvedic regulation, which is like this FSS Ayurveda AHA regulation 2022, it has been mentioned that all these products are only for people or the age group above 2 years. So why is the infant group or from the newborn baby till 2 years is not included in this law? So this is my question, because there are so many potential products can be developed in this group also. So with this, I thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll now hear to Dr. Bhaswati Bhattacharya, ma'am.
Namaste. So since this is not part of the main discussion, I thought I would start with some stories. The first story is about whales. So any of you who are interested in oceans and oceanography know about these huge mammals that live in the ocean, whales. There was a documentary film about 10 years ago that talked about these whales having strange changes in their anatomy. Their sexual parts were more hermaphroditic. Their behavior became less female and male distinguished. And what they found in these whales is that they had huge amounts of microplastics, which come obviously from us, go into the ocean, and then they form pools of kind of collections in tides. And in certain parts of, especially in the Pacific Ocean, there are huge cities of just plastic floating around, and the whales will eat them. And what's happening to their bodies is that not only are their organs changing, but their behavior toward their fellow whales is becoming less polarized in terms of their sexuality. And some discussion has been started about the similar effect in humans, where huge amounts of microplastics are being found in women's wombs, in their blood, and in collections, especially in their fats, and what consequence that may have on the changing sexuality of our populations. That's not to say that there weren't non-binary people around communities. Anyone that's been to Khajuraho knows that. But the concern with whales is that these microplastics are obviously human in origin. The second story is of a company or institute that each Ayurvedic Vaidya should know about. It's called the the International Rice Research Institute, IRRI. How many of you have heard of IRRI? Okay, so only a few. So their website is irrri.org. They were started in 1960 by the US government and a few, actually not the government only, Rockefeller and Ford Foundation, in collaboration with a few governments, especially the Philippine government, because they wanted to head off the crisis of poverty that they saw in India after it had been independent for about 10 13 years by that time. What they did is they took our chawal, our bhat, our rice, and they said, all of these different kinds of rice, these different colors, these different ways, this is not marketably reliable. All of you people, we're going to do it so it's evened out. So instead of our local rice, we got Kohinoor and Tilda and India Gate and the very nice Sona Masuri rices, the things that we call white rice. To understand that, you have to understand how rice was made before 1960. And during this few hours, we're each going to share a little bit about the rice story with you to make sure that each of you knows, and hopefully we'll have some questions from the audience. The third story is about all of us who were children who used to get tiffins. How many of you know what a tiffin container is? Okay. So we would get these tiffins. Sometimes they were stackable. Sometimes there were one or two. And we would take them proudly in our little tiffin bag to school. And on the days we had exams, we had a little bit of dahi that our mother would put onto our tikka, like a little, dahi fota. So when we were walking to school, people say, Beti, are you having an exam? And you'd say, yes. And you're carrying your tiffin, and you'd go. And it was very proud thing for you that your mother or your father or your grandmother had made your food for you. Some years later, it was fashionable to carry a paper bag because then you didn't have to carry home your tiffin container. A few years later, it was considered to be poor if you carried your lunch to school because it means your mother and father can't afford to have you eating school lunch, which means in the cafeteria or in the canteen. A few years later, it was the fast food. So you wouldn't go to the canteen. You had to show you had money to go outside to Popeyes or Domino's or I don't know what you have in your cities, McDonald's, something. And that evolution has been specifically because we are being taught that that beautiful tiffin container that carried the love of our auntie or our grandmother or mother is not good enough. That showing those packaged, those bags, and I know some of you who are mothers here do that for your children. You give them bags to take. Fast forward 20 or 30 years for you in your lifetime. In the hospital, think about the food we have. So I went to medical school, and then I was at BHU for my PhD. So I was a student again. And both times I saw in medical school, the kind of food we had was, to me, it's embarrassing that that's the kind of food that we serve in hospitals. Whether you go to AIMS or Apollo or any of the hi-fi hospitals in India, or you go to them in any other country, most countries, and if you go to the hostels, the canteen food, the kinds of things that we were served was polished white rice, aloo and aloo because the other sabjis are more expensive, onions, which like we didn't grow up eating a lot of onions, and the kinds of things where it was a complete disregard for our doshas. And in an Ayurvedic campus, in an Ayurvedic hostel, to have the kinds of foods, I would say, hey, is this patya or apatya? And we would all joke about it. And there was, how many of you have experienced that you don't get good food in your BAMS UG? Yeah. So we're going to talk more about this during this session. I just wanted to share these stories with you for you to have something to think about and hopefully ask some questions.
Thank you so much, panelists. So until now, we just saw, before sessions, we saw just a thin line between the classical panelists and the contemporary panelists. But the panelists have drawn a thick, strong wall between them. On one side, we have clarity over convenience, and on the other side, we have convenience over clarity. The first question, to begin with the samvad, I would like to ask the classical panelists to give their view upon the Janapadodvansa, because Vaidya Rama Prasad said that using packaged and processed food in emergency conditions is a need. So isn't it mentioned in the classics about the same?
Surely, in the Janapada Dhvansa Vyadhi, which is mentioned in the Viman Sthan, definitely the Vayu, all the Pancha Mahabhut, the balance between the Pancha Mahabhut gets disturbed. And this balance between the Pancha Mahabhut also gets disturbed due to the food, in the humans also, due to the food we are consuming. As we say, Sarvam Dravyam Panchamahutikam Asmin Arthe, the food we are consuming, the way it is imbalanced, that is definitely lowering the immunity of the people. And these lowered immunity can have we have seen those people who are following Ayurveda lifestyle, definitely they were not the victim of COVID-19. We have seen, I have also treated many patients in COVID with Ayurveda management. And we have seen that even just drinking warm water continuously, that has prevented people getting COVID. That was the thing. But still people were stuck with the packed food, Dominoes and all these things were open in COVID, and people used to order it. And that has a very bad impact on the immunity. Very bad impact. And this bad impact in immunity in Janapada Dhvansa or pandemic, it starts from the microbiota, it starts from the gut barrier, it starts from the immunological barrier, it starts with the physical barrier, biochemical barriers in the gut, and that food which is consumed, it's very important that a new term, that food which is consumed, which is unwholesome, that can induce food antigenicity, and this food antigenicity can create apachit aharas, which can lead to multiple diseases. Thank you very much.
Shall I? I just want to add on to this thing, because 2018, Kerala had a big flood. You might have already known about that. And once the flood happened, a large number of people has been taken to some schools nearby, the places where they have to stay. And when that situation comes, there are a lot of people started donating, the packed food to them. But very interestingly, the day when they started living in the school for a few days, they told, first 1 or 2 days, they told it's fine. But later on, they started cooking by themselves. They just need the material. They said that we will cook for ourselves. Because it's not the matter what you eat. It's a matter what you digest. This is very critical. And what will be the participation into it? Once we are cooking into it, what is the sattva, what is the manasthiti, or these things will be really contributing in the food. So I strongly against with the Ram's statement about food manufacturing. Strongly disagree with that point. Food should not be manufactured at all. It has to have an inclination. I just give you another example. In Kerala, most of the jails, we have jail chapati. All the Papa Karma they are doing, and they are preparing the Papa Chapati, just as a fun. All the jails, they have an outlet outside with a low cost of chapatis, curries and all. People will, very interestingly, they will take it out. I always comment to them. It's not really good from an Ayurvedic point of view, from my perception. I strongly disagree with the industrial methodology, because something what we consume, what Ayurvedic expectation has to be understood. It's not the composition of many material. We are expecting a prana in it. We are not expecting really all the carbohydrates, minerals, metals, etc. Rather, we are looking about somehow meet the shadrasas. Our expectation of food is something beyond the material thing. That's interestingly to be remembered. And when Ram mentioned about a list of things, out of 18, nearly 10 things are very rare situations, like calamities and other things, which rarely happens in the air flight and other things that can be absolutely rejected in the context. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
One more thing, interesting thing, that we will definitely go to the moon, but not by Chandrayaan, but by Luna. Because there are many stuffs which has been explained in Ayurveda that they can be preserved very nicely. Those are foodstuffs. Those can be preserved. Very simple example is, and a very famous example is a simple sattu. A simple sattu, which our soldiers used to carry at the time of war, and they used to consume it for months together, having a very good energy with them without a single preservative. So there are many such type of laja and sattu which can be put into the society, which can be brought to the people without any preservative, considering the proper packing material, then definitely it can float very nicely.
Thank you so much, sir. So we saw the classical panels are trying to shut the manufacturing food industries. So let's hear from Vaidya Rama Prasad, who is having an idea to reach Chandrayaan with packaged food.
I didn't hear that question. One more time. I'm going to moon with packaged food. Is that the one? Yeah, I don't think, I'll be taking food. I'll be taking supplements. Because as a further concentrated version of food, no one goes there with, 20 kilos of chapatis. Of course, short trip, chapati, great idea. So, to a trip to moon, ask the astronauts. They're not having curries and chapatis every night. Oh, there's no night to be precise. So, yeah, there are many ways. These astronauts come back. They go back to their curries and chapatis. But, it's all practicality in a sense. It's being practical. That's all. So, do I fresh vegetables when I'm home in my kitchen? Of course. I do my simple stir fries and stuff like that. Steamed vegetables with chutneys and dips and dressings and that kind of stuff. Very simple. I can cook for 10 people in 30, 40 minutes. You'll have to eat it. That's all. It's not bad tasting ones. It won't be complex. It'll be fully nutritionally rich. It'll be very fresh as well. Some of them are from the fridge. Anyhow, so that's okay. Thank you.
I have a question. It's supplements Ayurvedic? He said he's going to eat supplements instead of food. Is it Ayurvedic? Yes, food supplements instead of food.
See, I think your question is having a very loose boundary. What are super medicines? What are super foods? Is there any boundary between them? Isn't it? That's what you are asking about.
I'm asking about supplements instead of food.
Yeah. From my point of view, I think that if a person who is having a good acne, who is having regular physical exercise, and all that factors which are adding on to his life, what is the need for a supplement? What is the need for going for an additional supplement if he is practicing good Ayurvedic way, practice of life? And if due to, I see that my fellow panelists, they were presenting about the need for packaged foods. I think that many of the situations they have pointed out here, the need for packaged foods, it's not usual, isn't it? Somebody going to moon, somebody going to war, somebody happening in calamity. They are happening once in a lifetime or somewhere. But in our regular life, if we see that, if packaged foods are overtaking freshly prepared food, it's only because of the market-driven tendencies. I may add market-driven tendencies. See, and moreover, I saw that what Madam had shown in the slides, the foods which are packaged, they are comparatively harmless. She hadn't shown noodles. I am not telling the brand. Some type of noodles or pastas, pizzas, or or such packeted food items which are coming fastly into our table. What about that? And also, I may add to another point: the North Indian food items like chaats, which are now coming in a packeted form, the fried items which are being grossly sold in our streets. All those food items, I say it's a choice whether you have to take it or not to take. It's a choice up to you. So if the choice is exercised in a way in which we are having a wisdom to select that, I think the packeted foods will be out of the kitchen.
I would like to request Dr. Siby to give the same comment if you have on the food supplements. Are they Ayurvedic?
As far as Ayurveda is concerned, we never mention that supplements are necessary for us. Like for an example, if you look at the modern conventional style, vitamins and supplements is something which even children from the age of 3, they carry in their lunchbox, and because it has been educated in that level, that it's a must for us. And most of the time it's overeaten. It has an effect on the body, it has an effect on the mind, it has an effect on their consciousness level. It is bad for it. But it's still continued because of the conventional approach to that. But if actually classical Ayurveda never say that you need a supplement to take every day. The theory is not about whether you should eat how much of carbohydrate or how much of protein or how much of minerals or vitamins in Ayurveda. It's about creating a perfect digestion. So we think about whatever you eat, whether it is a non-vegetarian or vegetarian, whether it's nuts or fruits or anything, it should be digested perfectly into the system. If that is happening, it is healthy. But here the question is that we are using packed food or tinned food because it's convenient for us. So the question is practicability. And when you're actually working, like Dr. Ram Prasad said, you basically are forced to carry or go so because your wife may not be able to cook for you every day. She say it is convenient that I get a packed food because even if the market studies say 57% of the people say I buy the packed food and tinned food because it is convenient for me. I save time and it is cheaper. Of course, it's harmful, I understand, but she's not stopped buying that. So this tendency is dangerous for them. That is why number of the diseases is increasing. Cancer number of patients who is suffering from cancer is increasing. Autoimmune diseases are increasing. Debilitating diseases, some of the diseases we are not even understanding why it's actually happening. And I would say 60 to 70% of the reason for that unhealthy conditions are because of the packed and tinned food. But then the question is, there is no choice. So they are forced to take that and forced to continue taking it. Thank you.
So,
Are they still asleep? How many of you are alive? The students? Oh, they are. They are. Thank you.
okay, so I would like, since we're talking about this food and packaged food and what's good and not good, what is food? What's the definition of the food we eat in Ayurveda?
Definition of?
Food. Yes.
Actually, the word ahara, comes from the Sanskrit root ahr, that which brings nearer to us. So the ahara comes from that something very nearer to us. But when it comes, look at the word anna, there is another meaning which is commonly translated as a grain material like that. And when it comes to asana, it comes the whole totality of consumption, how we take in different particular set of time. So Vidhi Visheshayatanam becomes important in the context of Ashanam. Ahara is, that is availability of edible content in our desk. So that's a big difference. Availability is something different. Just like food and diet. Diet is different from food. Diet is something we already have some plan to do. We have some assumptions that we should reduce weight, or we have some plans within us to take. So Ashanam is something similar to diet, not really like that, but Ahara, that's a different thing.
Thank you, sir. Now that you all students, you know the difference between the food, real food, and what's a packaged food. Anybody wants to tell me, do you eat packaged food? Do you like packaged food? How many times in a week or in a day do you eat packaged food? Who wants to talk about this? Anybody? Raise up your hands. Come on, guys.
No pickles, no packaged papadums, no chips,
Nobody in this hall, everybody has homemade food
no
every day.
chickies.
I saw one of you having chocolate
Provocations
for
are
breakfast.
it's not
No,
applicable.
they are very Puritans. You trust them, liars.
Okay, we have somebody in the audience.
I do eat packaged food, so I'll accompany you to Chandrayaan moon. Occasionally, we'll go to Mars even. So, so I have a slightly different question. So we are, I think, talking about two extremes. One is either food, freshly prepared food. On the other hand, we are talking about packaged food that is ready to eat. But there is another category of food that essentially is semi-processed. Like, for example, we get canned tomatoes or we get frozen peas. And that is essentially one of the bigger markets, especially because I come from food processing background. And to prevent the food wastage, if we want to look at basically agriculture is seasonal. And then when you talk about seasonality, of course, we have the Rithucharya, Dinacharya as per that. But then this is the way that we are preserving potatoes or tomatoes and things like that. So then at least some kind of processing becomes very important. So what is the impact of that, and how do we view that semi-processed foods, like frozen foods, tinned, canned tomatoes and things like that? Not ready to eat, but something that is there. Thank you.
Shall I? I'll start and then you go. So first we need to talk about the different categories, and you mentioned some of them, but let's go in order. There is food that is cooked according to Ayurvedic parameters, we can say. Parameters of time, parameters of quantity, and parameters of combination. And those what eaten in the prescribed time are fresh, and they are cooked with love. So they're cooked by someone that knows you. That's the very ideal. Then there's that food cooked, but eaten a little bit later. And that goes outside of some Ayurvedic parameters, like rice that is eaten beyond 3 hours after cooking, or rice that is left out, not kept overnight in water in an earthen bowl, but kept out or put in the refrigerator overnight and eaten the next day. Those are later foods. And there's food eaten later that day, and there's food that's eaten after the Chandrama, the moonlight has touched it, which means an overnight. So that's the third category. Then you get into the actual processed foods that are made, that are we calling food products. In ancient times, we had actually harvest once a year, and we would save those foods. So everyone knows amla murabba, and they know about the 100 different ways of preserving amla, chavanprash, and various ways of preserving so we wouldn't waste the crop. I mentioned obviously foods that are, well, chavanprash is more medicinal, but those were ways of preserving. And we know that since ancient times we've used oil, salt, and sugar to preserve. So that is part of some of the traditions, and you can see that in Ayurveda. They talk about several things which are preserved. But it's not recommended for large consumption and for like everyday consumption, except for a few things. Like you can have a little bit of pickle. That amla taste is important. And pickles are obviously, I shouldn't say pickle, I should say achar, are preserved. That is in stark contrast to the packaged and processed foods that are not foods, they're food products. For example, taking starch from the rice, coalescing that, drying it, and shaping it into kind of rice grain kind of size and calling that rice product. And that's the latest thing on the market now, is rice product. So that's a very different category. So you've got from this side all the way to that side. Does that address your question?
So there is a very good Ayurveda explanation for that. We can explain it in 2-3 manners. First thing, why people do it. First, we are targeting the manufacturers who are preparing food packaging. First of all, we should target the farmers who are into accelerated harvesting. Accelerated harvesting is the biggest issue which is destroying the food. That is most important thing, which yesterday in your speech you have elaborated something about the development of food. So accelerated harvesting is very bad, where more fertilizers and all these things they are using. Second thing, there is one concept in Ayurveda, that is Dushyam Desham Balam Kalam Prakritim Analam Vaya. So what is this concept? This concept is that if I am living in Tamil Nadu, I should eat Tamil food. If I am living in Maharashtra, I should eat Maharashtrian food. If I am living in Bengal, I should eat Bengali food. Why this is so? Because the soil flora which is carried by the grains and the food material, that should get matched with the gut flora of the humans we are living. That's very important. If the soil flora is not matching, if I am living in Maharashtra and regularly eating idlis and dosas and uttappams, it will not suit me, because the atmosphere where I am living, the soil flora where I am, the environmental flora, my skin flora, my gut flora doesn't match to it. That's very important. Second thing. And the third important thing, which is very particular about your question about the packings of the food, that I remember olives. Everybody eat olives, which is packed in the tins and the bottles. So Ayurveda says that there is a sanskaro hi gunantara dhanam. It's a very important principle of Ayurveda, that whenever you do some processing on the food or medicine, it changes its properties. So whatever are the properties of the original fruits or vegetables, after packing, after preserving it into some vinegar or into some salty thing, it has to change its properties. And taking into consideration all these things, I think it's not a very good thing to continuously have a packed food or the tinned food. Sometimes if there is no availability, you can have, or if I want to eat olive, go to Italy and eat olive. Regularly, if you're eating olive here, it is not going to suit you. Consuming olive oil living in India is not at all suitable. So these are the things which are very, very important to be focused, and that should be brought to the surface of the society by Ayurvedic people. That's very important. So I think you got the answer. Thank you very much.
One more point to add on that. While this discussion is moving on, sometimes it becomes a confusion that whether Ayurveda is saying an absolute no towards the processing of food items. Just like Sir asked. I think in Charaka Samhita, there is a, just previously Nambi Sir has told about that, the Ashtavida Ahara Visheshayadanani. How one is going to eat, what are the rules governing eating, it's very, very important. Before telling that, I will tell you one experience which is mentioned by Dr. Deep Sir, his observation. He is working in National Research Institute for Panchakarma in Shornur. Saying that on observation of a series of patients who came there with a rise in LDL cholesterol, he could see that those persons who are not chewing the food correctly, they are getting a rise in LDL cholesterol. So it's very amusing, isn't it? Even though you take food in a correct dose, if you are not properly chewing it. So coming to the point, this Ashtavida Ahara Vishesha Ayadanani, it actually talks about the Prakriti, Karanam, Samyogam, Rashi, Desham, Kalam, Ubyoga Samstha and Ubyoktra. So it covers everyone, including the food that which is eaten, the way in which it is processed, the combination of food items, the time in which it is consumed, the way in which it is consumed, the place in which it is consumed, and who is consuming. And also there are a lot of references regarding Ishtamasniyat, Ushnamasniyat, and also to eat along in a company of good people, even eating along with the people of a group of hostile people, enemy people, that will even affect your digestion. So from all those references, we mean that Ayurveda has rightly understood the process of digestion, just like Sir has just now pointed out that digestion is the most important thing in Ayurveda. Rather than going to the school with a vitamin, we preferred to improve the digestion of the children. In my previous generation, there was a habit. My teachers, my parents were used to telling that every month, children were served or forcefully fed eranda taila to clear their stomach. So to make them becoming more active, to improve the quality of the digestion, there was a regular process of doing purgation by using eranda taila. So Ayurveda is not absolutely against processing of food, but intelligent processing of food, just like previous speakers have pointed out, to store the food items. See, once in a while there is a harvesting happen. To store that, how we can do that. And also one more point I need to add is all Ayurveda students should read a wonderful book called The Food History in India by Professor K.T. Ajaya. It was being published from Bangalore. It speaks about how the food is evolved. And when we read that, we feel that whether we are reading an Ayurveda book or a history book, so much references, crisscross references are there. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Mukund sir clearly directed the importance of consuming specific food item at specific places. Now let us know the point of view from Dr. Shubhangee. Does the availability of fruits, berries, vegetables all around the year, all across the globe is natural or unnatural?
Definitely. I think, as the point was there saying that, we have to decide about the Desha and Kala also. So that means, the vegetables or fruits which are grown in that particular location, ideally we should consume them. But of course, what do you do? In fact, I can say if you go to Iceland, I have been to Iceland, and believe me, at the place where I was staying, at one of my friend's place, she's from Iceland, when I opened the fridge, there was a head of a deer in her freezer. This was a big shock for me, I would say. In this condition, of course, there were no vegetables, nothing was there. And what do we do? But of course, then there are some places were there where the vegetables are imported from India, and the vegetables could be eaten. So in this condition, I would say, what is available? Okay, this is not 100% the best scenario, but at least, the vegetables were okay from India rather than having the head of a deer from the fridge. I can put it like this. Yeah, okay. And one more point, connected to the earlier point, which is still connected. Like many times I see, typically when I travel abroad, I see the canned, typically the chickpeas which are boiled and packed, like the canned chickpeas are there or beans are there. Like one time I remember, like I just, took this can, and I was seeing the expiry date, the shelf life. It was 2 year shelf life was there. And that was the last month of that shelf life. So example, if I say, like it's now August going on. So it was August 2023. This was the last month of that expiry date. So that means these beans were boiled 2 years before. Why should I take these beans which were boiled 2 years before? So this is again a question, what should be canned? How should it be preserved? But of course, there are another, for vegetables, I would say, typical in Europe, there is some concept about fermented vegetables are there. Sauerkraut is there, yeah, which is fermented, and that definitely this can be taken for a longer time. This is more like our pickles. Like gurka is there, the small cucumbers are there, which are put in vinegar and salt. This also can be preserved and taken for a long time. So such food items which can be preserved in a time where it is not available in a right way, still it can be consumed.
Thank you, ma'am. So this clearly shows that preserving the food items in a very improvised way can help us to store them and use them all around the year. I'm more fascinated by the idea of going to Chandrayaan. So I would like to ask Dr. Rama Prasad, how could this be, how could you explain, since there is no vegetation until now, so what will you be doing about this? Like, is it natural for you to be, for the availability of all the fruits, berries, vegetables to be available all around the year?
You're talking about the vegetables on moon. Yes? So that's easy. I got a few other undigested points to deal with, but I'll respond that it's very simple. There's now, you'll have to use packaged food, preserved food, or to the moon and on the moon. So the undigested points I need to address is, one of them is from Dr. Nambi. He said, food. I mean, they're not giving us any fight, are they? Hello? The classical team is not fighting. They're joining us now. They're all saying, oh, it's okay, it's fine. We also like it. Okay, I got another point here. No? Okay, okay. I mean, sounds like that, but, you know, emotionally inside, it's all burning. Anyhow, it's all good. So Dr. Nambi said, food cooked with love.
When you didn't get attention from the audience, you do that. Continue, please.
Okay, food cooked with love. How many cooks or chefs are happy? How many of them are cooking with love? They're all people who are exception. Not them.
I will say that the largest number of chefs in India are the people that cook their food at home, the wives and husbands.
Yeah,
and
how many
aunties.
wives are happy to cook?
Many
They're forced to
actually,
cook.
no, many actually love cooking for their family.
Yeah, theoretically, philosophically, I haven't seen a lot of them. They're kind of Oompa-Loompas in a way.
I don't know your family, but in how many of you have mothers who loved cooking?
This is how you nicely.
My mother loved cooking, and I have a very strong body, and I often
She never
think
asked her mother. She assumed it.
my mother loves to cook, and she told me she loved to cook.
Okay, my point is this. Most of them don't like it. They have to cook. It's a social obligation, familial obligation, personal trap, anyhow. Now, machines. Dr. Nambi was nicely pointing out, so machine manufactured, food shouldn't be manufactured, cooking, manufacturing, potato, you know. Now, machines don't have any heart or brain. You tell them to do something, they do it. No emotions. So at least you get unemotional, stressless food from machines. But half the time, at least humans cook with stress, the food is stressful. Thank you.
So I just want to answer his question about food in space.
Can I have a comment on that? Can I have a comment on that? May I? You know, we are sitting in Tamil Nadu. Meal is also something related with politics. Few decades before, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.G. Ramachandran had conducted a survey, since they are going to get defeated in the election. So he had made a survey in the different areas and the schools. So they found that children have been coming to school without getting proper meal. And he was the first person to start midday meal program in all over India. And later on, it was a great winning point to him in his election, and later on copied by many other states, including Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and all. So, in other way, instead of cooking in the house and packed to the sending to the classroom, freshly cooked in the school, politically gives mark in this point. I'm still giving large number of examples from the political scenario to justify my point. Thank you.
I'm sorry. We having this wonderful discussion here, but we're gonna take a break. Our tea is getting cold. They just sent me a note, so we have to go have tea, and then we come back in 15 minutes.
If you want me to talk about foods eaten in space after the break, I can.
Yes, please. It's fresh tea.
Before we resume our session, we have an announcement for you. If anyone wants to visit Vaidyagrama, please approach the registration desk for assistance. Also, on popular demand, we are serving tea and sundal in downstairs. Thank you.
वर्मा जी, जन्मदिन की शुभकामनाएं।
कैसा जन्मदिन शर्मा जी? पाचन ठीक से नहीं हो रहा है, दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है, पैरों में थकावट है।
चिंता मत कीजिए वर्मा जी, द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल लीजिए।
द्राक्षास, अश्वगंधारिष्ट और सारस्वतारिष्ट के घटक द्रव्यों से बना श्री दूध पापेश्वर का द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल शारीरिक और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य बनाए रखने
तो याद होगा शर्मा जी,
श्री दूध पापेश्वर का द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल, स्वास्थ्य का त्रिशूल।
श्री दूध पापेश्वर मना रहा है आयुर्वेद श्रेष्ठता के 150 से अधिक वर्ष। आयुर्वेद के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य और सुख की स्थापना हेतु हम समर्पित रहे हैं और निरंतर रहेंगे। श्री दूध पापेश्वर आयुर्वेद श्रेष्ठता के 150 से अधिक वर्ष।
Mahaswarna Yoga. How to administer Swarna Prashan with Mahaswarna Yoga. Take a sterilized spoon provided in the Mahaswarna Yoga kit. Use only boiled and cooled water. Fill the spoon up to the given mark of 1.5 ml with that water. Take a dispersible tablet of Mahaswarna Yoga and place it in the spoon filled with water. Add 2 to 3 drops of honey and also add 4 to 6 drops of medicated ghee. Mix well by shaking the spoon gently. Administer to the child for a golden future. Swarna Prashan with Mahaswarna Yoga. Medhayu Balavan Bhava. Be intelligent, be healthy, be strong. A quality product from Shri Dhutapapeshwar Limited.
सूरज की गर्मी से जलते हुए तन को शीत सुधा की मिल जाए छाया।
सुवर्ण समृद्ध च्यवनप्राश स्वामला, उत्तम दर्जे के आंवले औषधि वनस्पति, गाय का शुद्ध घी एवं शहद से निर्मित तथा स्वर्ण एवं रजत भस्म से समृद्ध च्यवनप्राश श्री धूतपापेश्वर का स्वामला, संपूर्ण स्वास्थ्य एवं उत्तम रोग प्रतिकार शक्ति के लिए सेहत का खजाना, 2 चम्मच रोजाना।
वर्मा जी, जन्मदिन की शुभकामनाएं।
कैसा जन्मदिन शर्मा जी? पाचन ठीक से नहीं हो रहा है, दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है, पैरों में थकावट है।
चिंता मत कीजिए वर्मा जी, द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल लीजिए।
द्राक्षासो, अश्वगंधारिष्ट और सारस्वतारिष्ट के घटक द्रव्यों से बना श्री धूतपापेश्वर का द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल शारीरिक और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य बनाए रखने
तो याद होगा शर्मा जी।
श्री धूतपापेश्वर का द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल, स्वास्थ्य का त्रिशूल।
श्री धूतपापेश्वर मना रहा है आयुर्वेद श्रेष्ठता के 150 से अधिक वर्ष। आयुर्वेद के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य और सुख की स्थापना हेतु हम समर्पित रहे हैं और निरंतर रहेंगे। श्री धूतपापेश्वर आयुर्वेद श्रेष्ठता के 150 से अधिक वर्ष।
Mahaswarna Yoga. How to administer Swarna Prashan with Mahaswarna Yoga. Take a sterilized spoon provided in the Mahaswarna Yoga kit. Use only boiled and cooled water. Fill the spoon up to the given mark of 1.5 ml with that water. Take a dispersible tablet of Mahaswarna Yoga and place it in the spoon filled with water. Add 2 to 3 drops of honey. and also add 4 to 6 drops of medicated ghee. Mix well by shaking the spoon gently. Administer to the child for a golden future. Swarna Prashan with Maha Swarna Yog. Medhayu Balavan Bhava. Be intelligent, be healthy, be strong. A quality product from Sri Dhutapapeshwar Limited.
सूरज की गर्मी से सूरज की गर्मी से जलते हुए तन को शीत सुधा की मिल जाए छाया।
सुवर्ण समृद्ध च्यवनप्राश स्वामला, उत्तम दर्जे के आंवले औषधि वनस्पति, गाय का शुद्ध घी एवं शहद से निर्मित तथा स्वर्ण एवं रजत भस्म से समृद्ध च्यवनप्राश श्री धूतपापेश्वर का स्वामला, संपूर्ण स्वास्थ्य एवं उत्तम रोग प्रतिकार शक्ति के लिए सेहत का खजाना, 2 चम्मच रोजाना।
वर्मा जी, जन्मदिन की शुभकामनाएं।
कैसा जन्मदिन शर्मा जी? पाचन ठीक से नहीं हो रहा है, दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है, पैरों में थकावट है।
चिंता मत कीजिए वर्मा जी, द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल लीजिए।
द्राक्षासो, अश्वगंधारिष्ट और सारस्वतारिष्ट के घटक द्रव्यों से बना श्री धूतपापेश्वर का द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल शारीरिक और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य बनाए रखने
तो याद होगा शर्मा जी।
श्री धूतपापेश्वर का द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल, स्वास्थ्य का त्रिशूल।
श्री धूतपापेश्वर मना रहा है आयुर्वेद श्रेष्ठता के 150 से अधिक वर्ष। आयुर्वेद के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य और सुख की स्थापना हेतु हम समर्पित रहे हैं और निरंतर रहेंगे। श्री धूतपापेश्वर आयुर्वेद श्रेष्ठता के 150 से अधिक वर्ष।
Maha Swarna Yog. How to administer Swarna Prashan with Maha Swarna Yog. Take a sterilized spoon provided in the Maha Swarna Yog kit. Use only boiled and cooled water. Fill the spoon up to the given mark of 1.5 ml with that water. Take a dispersible tablet of Mahaswarna Yog and place it in the spoon filled with water. Add 2 to 3 drops of honey and also add 4 to 6 drops of medicated ghee. Mix well by shaking the spoon gently. Administer to the child for a golden future. Swarna Prashan with Mahaswarna Yog. Medhayu Balavan Bhava. Be intelligent, be healthy, be strong. A quality product from Shri Dhutapapeshwar Limited.
सूरज की गर्मी से जलते हुए तन को शीत सुधा की मिल जाए छाया।
सुवर्ण समृद्ध च्यवनप्राश स्वामला, उत्तम दर्जे के आंवले औषधि वनस्पति, गाय का शुद्ध घी एवं शहद से निर्मित तथा स्वर्ण एवं रजत भस्म से समृद्ध च्यवनप्राश श्री धूतपापेश्वर का स्वामला संपूर्ण स्वास्थ्य एवं उत्तम रोग प्रतिकार शक्ति के लिए सेहत का खजाना, 2 चम्मच रोजाना।
वर्मा जी, जन्मदिन की शुभकामनाएं।
कैसा जन्मदिन शर्मा जी? पाचन ठीक से नहीं हो रहा है, दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है, पैरों में थकावट है।
चिंता मत कीजिए वर्मा जी, द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल लीजिए।
द्राक्षासो, अश्वगंधारिष्ट और सारस्वतारिष्ट के घटक द्रव्यों से बना श्री धूतपापेश्वर का द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल शारीरिक और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य बनाए रखने
तो याद होगा शर्मा जी।
श्री धूतपापेश्वर का द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल स्वास्थ्य का त्रिशूल।
है आयुर्वेद श्रेष्ठता के 150 से अधिक वर्ष। आयुर्वेद के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य और सुख की स्थापना हेतु हम समर्पित रहे हैं और निरंतर रहेंगे। श्री धूतपापेश्वर आयुर्वेद श्रेष्ठता के 150 से अधिक वर्ष।
Mahaswarna Yoga. How to administer Swarna Prashan with Mahaswarna Yoga. Take a sterilized spoon provided in the Mahaswarna Yoga kit. Use only boiled and cooled water. Fill the spoon up to the given mark of 1.5 ml with that water. Take a dispersible tablet of Mahaswarna Yoga and place it in the spoon filled with water. Add 2 to 3 drops of honey and also add 4 to 6 drops of medicated ghee. Mix well by shaking the spoon gently. Administer to the child for a golden future. Swarna Prashan with Mahaswarna Yoga. Medhayu Balavan Bhava. Be intelligent, be healthy, be strong. A quality product from Shri Dhutapapeshwar Limited.
सूरज की गर्मी से जलते हुए तन को शीत सुधा की मिल जाए छाया.
सुवर्ण समृद्ध च्यवनप्राश स्वामला, उत्तम दर्जे के आंवले औषधि वनस्पति, गाय का शुद्ध घी एवं शहद से निर्मित तथा स्वर्ण एवं रजत भस्म से समृद्ध च्यवनप्राश श्री दूतपापेश्वर का स्वामला संपूर्ण स्वास्थ्य एवं उत्तम रोग प्रतिकार शक्ति के लिए सेहत का खजाना, 2 चम्मच रोजाना।
वर्मा जी, जन्मदिन की शुभकामनाएं।
कैसा जन्मदिन शर्मा जी? पाचन ठीक से नहीं हो रहा है, दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है, पैरों में थकावट है।
चिंता मत कीजिए वर्मा जी, द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल लीजिए।
द्राक्षासो, अश्वगंधारिष्ट और सारस्वतारिष्ट के घटक द्रव्यों से बना श्री दूतपापेश्वर का द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल शारीरिक और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य बनाए रखने
तो याद होगा शर्मा जी,
श्री दूतपापेश्वर का द्राक्षोविन स्पेशल स्वास्थ्य का त्रिशूल।
पापेश्वर मना रहा है आयुर्वेद श्रेष्ठता के एक
We humbly request all the delegates to kindly please assemble in the hall. The session will resume shortly. So welcome back all delegates. So before we start our session, we have an announcement for you. So we humbly request any one representative from each college to kindly give a list of the food who would require it the next evening as well as the Monday morning. Any one representative from each college, please. And also, following this session, we will be having a satsang with Dr. Mail Wogley, after which we'll be showcasing a tribute video to late Padma Shri Krishna Kumarji. Thank you.
Should we start?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
So can I just continue where we were? So Rama Prasad has started us on a journey into space. And that's not with the Rath. You know, it's all the way with the astronauts and various. What? We're going to do what? Oh, so there are actually a lot of foods that are allowed in space, but there are some foods which are not allowed, such as vegetables, and that was the question. So one of the reasons is that, you know, you have to understand how we looked at Shakha Varga. If you go back to Ashtangra-Hridayam, Sutrastan, chapter 6, and read Shakha Varga, they have actually a lot of poisons in them, right? The Shakha do. Do you remember that part? So that's because the plants didn't want to be eaten by the animals passing by. And so they have to be cooked, and there's no stoves in space. So you can eat fruits, and you can eat various dehydrated foods, nuts, and things which are readily available. So that's the short answer, and I'll refer you to an article that was written in 2018. It's on the NASA website called Eating in Space. My sister actually worked for NASA for 30 years, so I know a lot about space and astronauts. And I think that if you think about why packaged foods, as per Rama Prasad's list, why they're there, it'll help you to understand why they evolved. But the question that I want to move us towards is, why haven't we as Ayurvedic doctors spoken up about this Ayurvedic wisdom that we already have been discussing for an hour? And we've allowed the kinds of regulations that are going on in India now to allow for food products. And so every answer I give to any of your questions is going to focus on that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we shall get back to earth and discuss about the packaged food which are readily available in the market in the name of Ayurveda. Let us hear from all the panelists one by one. We'll go with Dr. Mukund Sabnish, sir.
So welcome back, and many thanks to Malaji for a delicious tea, which we were waiting for from 2-3 days. So the question is that whatever the packaged food is there in the market, having some or one or two ingredients from herbal side, whether they are Ayurvedic or not. The first important question is, herbal and Ayurveda, there is a lot of difference that we should understand first. All herbal is not Ayurveda. And the first definition, what I told about Hita Ahar and Ahita Ahar, that whatever food packaging, there are more concerns that what is the dose, what is the potency, how we classify between medicine and drug, medicine and food. That medicine, they are of more potency, and the food is it is more predominated by the rasa. So that is the main difference how we classify between a food and a medicine, first thing. Second thing, we have to distinguish between the dosage, how much amount or how much proportion of those herbs they are into that formulation of the food material, and how much dose you are recommending about from that. For example, if you are adding turmeric to Maggi, I'm sorry, I'm taking a brand name, but turmeric to Maggi doesn't become a Ayurveda Maggi. That's very clear, because you are not expecting any properties from turmeric or any medicinal properties from turmeric. It is just for the flavor. So these things we have to understand. And the most important line about Hita Ahar and Ahita Ahar, that Hita Ahar, which is nutritious to tissues, that is the deadline. Any food material which is nutritious, which is healthy for the tissues, they have specifically mentioned, which is healthy for the tissues, which is healthy for the qualitative growth of the tissues, that becomes a Ayurveda, because everything under the earth is Panchabhautik, everything can be Ayurveda medicine. But that should be nutritious. That should be helpful to maintain the harmony between the tissues. That's very important. And anything which is disturbing the metabolism at a tissue level, which is deteriorating the tissues very badly, where there is no nourishment to the tissues, that any food is not an Ayurvedic food. That is a very clear-cut definition about Hita Ahar and Ahita Ahar, and that is the ultimate. If you are adding some herbs to it, it doesn't become, because if you are adding some herbs, whether your intention of adding herb is a flavoring or giving a medicinal impact. If you are giving a medicinal impact, the dosage of those herbs should be at a different level, which is not at all there. And that classifies between the medicine and the food. So whatever the food we are saying, we are selling packaged food, adding some Ayurvedic herbs, it doesn't become Ayurveda at all. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let us hear from Dr. Shubhangee Satam, ma'am.
As Dr. Sapne said, it's absolutely right that, it depends upon how much amount of herbs what we are adding, or how much amount of Ayurvedic ingredients with a therapeutic value, or some more value of nutrition is added in that formulation. It depends upon that, whether we can term that product as an Ayurvedic product or not. Again, I would give an example about the same product as Brook-Bond tea, which is claimed as Ayurvedic tea for what it is mentioned. It says, the advertisement says it is good for immunity, it's good for digestion. Now you can tell me the whole product has maximum amount, maybe 90-95% is the black tea inside, the granules are there, and maybe remaining, maybe actually it's still not clear how much it is. Like maybe 5% is all the 5 herbs are there. It has ashwagandha. What is ashwagandha going to do with this, some minimum amount? How it is going to nullify the bad effect of the black tea? That is one question. How is tulsi in a small amount? What is it going to do? Is it going to really improve your immunity? That's the question. But it is labeled as an Ayurvedic black tea. This is absolutely wrong according to me, I would say. This is one of the examples what I would like to quote out here.
Thank you. Let us hear from Dr. Rahul Nair, sir.
So we are now in an era where we are seeing a lot of products, starting from toothpaste to toilet cleaners, certified as Ayurvedic. You add some neem into anything, you will get an Ayurvedic product. So I think what can be an ideal regulation for that? Before developing such an Ayurveda product, there should be an endpoint fixation. What is the endpoint? What is the target of this manufacturer? For what purpose, specific purpose he is manufacturing this product added with an Ayurvedic component? And if he says that he is adding this particular, for example, as Madam told, he is adding this to raise immunity, there is another question. What about the original content, the tea leaves is going to do, whether it is having any effect on immunity, and how this added ashwagandha or amalagi is going to boost that or modulate it. So such endpoint fixation need to be done by those competent authorities. And I may say that in such panels who are going to overlook that, there should be a sufficient number of Ayurvedists in it. Many a time we see that those people who are so-called engineers or biotechnologists or somebody is sitting in the panels or even botanists, they certify something as herbal or Ayurvedic, stating that this particular ingredient is inside it. So that culture should be changed, in which some product, if some product needs to be labeled as Ayurvedic, it should be certified by a panel who certifies that this particular product serves this particular purpose by adding this particular Ayurvedic material or herb into it. And also I see that they should prove that this particular product which is added into that is actually working there. As such, Madam told, micro amounts of ashwagandha added, what change it is going to happen? It influences the mind of customers, I think so. Somebody drinks that, he feels that I am getting an immunity. Maybe that will create some immune change because of positive mindset. Otherwise, nothing is going to happen. So such type of regulation should be put in place to check the overall of such product.
In connection with Shubhangee madam, there are blunders which companies do, you can think about Chyawanprash. Many parents with a proud, they take Chyawanprash to their children and feed Chyawanprash with milk, which is highly viruddh. Nobody is focusing on it. Tea, what we have drink today, thanks to Malaji, it is highly viruddh. You can't mix tannins with milk. It is viruddh. It is a modern viruddhanna. And putting that again, that this type of Ayurvedic tea that is increasing immunity, that is the worst part. It's the worst part. So such type of blunders, it is a responsibility of we Ayurvedic people to check them. It's our responsibility, I feel. Thank you.
And I feel a big company or a multinational company introducing Ayurvedic products into the market, actually that's the reason sometimes we just keep quiet. I mean, I feel, that's a major problem with us. We should raise our voice, and I wish at least we should put it across saying that these combinations are wrong, I would say.
Next, we have Dr. Siby.
Regarding Dr. Savani's statement, the reason why most Ayurvedic doctors prescribe milk with Chyawanprash is this. Most little companies make Chyawanprash without pretty much nothing in it. So the effect of milk might help. So that's the reason.
Rama Prasad said, I think, Mr. Ranjit Puranik is here with us. I think, sir, तुम्ही ऐकलं का ह्यांनी काय म्हटलं आता? He said, he said, like Chyawanprash can be added with milk because most of the companies do not make Chyawanprash. Little companies. Okay, I changed my words. He said most of the little companies, he meant to say only few companies may be making the real Chyawanprash, and those Chyawanprash should not be added with milk. Otherwise, the fake Chyawanprash can be added with milk. This is, I think, what he means to say.
Okay, thank you. Next we have is Dr. Narayanan Nambi, sir.
To put it in another side, whenever we say something Ayurvedic, whenever we say something Ayurvedic, imagine what we are expecting from that. That means we know the dosha karma of it, we know dhatu karma of it, we know the rasaguna virya upaga in a pharmacological perceptions. And these are the basic things we need in a situations where we judicially apply that thing in a given context. Fundamentally, any material, maybe like Prithvi Mahabhuta, see the Jala Mahabhuta in that plant, for example, I put it in my tongue. Through my Jala Mahabhuta, I differentiate and recognize us through rasa. And that material, if I consume, the Agni Mahabhuta in that plant and my Agni Mahabhuta will interact and finalizes the guna later on into Vidya, Vipaka, and so on. The Vayu Mahabhuta in that plant will do karma in my body because it goes in the system and do whether it is Virechana, Vamana, whatever. And the Akasha Mahabhuta, what it does, which I cannot predict at all. So we have a set of things based on our own fundamental Mahabhuta level, which preliminarily, basically, we need to know for any material. If we doesn't have these basic informations of anything, then we cannot call it as Ayurvedic at all. That's the thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Siby.
So the question is whether packed and tinned food, whether it can be labeled Ayurveda or not. That's the question. So I can't remember sir's name. So he said, as far as there is nutrition in the food, that is the most important thing. I don't agree with that because even processed food and tinned food, if you check the calories, if you check the carbohydrate, if you check the minerals and nutrition, it is still there. The question is it that nutrition is sufficient enough for the body, or there is a lot of harmful effects are there? Harmful effects means when they are actually packing and giving to us, they are adding a lot of additives, permitted colors, preservatives, and so many chemicals are added for the shelf life. So the moment those things are added into it, it is not Ayurvedic. That is one thing I want to say. Number two, when we are buying this packed food and tinned food, we do not know how long and where it is located, the production, and how many months it has been frozen, refrigerated, and how long it has been kept in the market. And then when you buy it, you are also keeping it in the fridge. And sometimes you are also microwaving it. So all these process of cooking or process of eating before that from the tinned and packed food also is not going to be Ayurvedic. So in those two aspects also, I don't think packed or tinned food. See, in olden days, of course, we had pickles, which is still a healthy thing. Because sodium chloride is a permitted way, amount is used for preserving, is still healthy. And we used to use vinegar, it was healthy. We used to use spices to store it, which is healthy, Ayurvedic. And sometimes the chapati, which is made at home, and they will teach us how to preserve it in a natural way without having any problem. Even after 5 days also you can eat. But still I would say, even though it's a 5 days, it's not going to have a very bad effect on it. The question is adding those chemicals and preservatives and additives. Even in Ayurveda Kashayams which you are buying, they are adding openly saying that okay, sodium benzoate 0.005% is okay. How can it be okay? If Ayurvedic treatise is basically followed, we should be making the fresh Kashayams. We should be giving them the Kashaya churna to the patient, ask them to boil and take it. Why we are not following it? So that is a different subject, but coming into the packed food and tinned food, because of these two reasons, I don't think it's Ayurveda. We can't say it's an Ayurvedic thing. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bhaswati.
Do you want to say something related? Go ahead. You're jumping out of your chair. Go ahead.
Hello.
I'll go next.
That question Dr. Siby asked, the burning question, are they Ayurvedic? I can answer that. But I need to tell you a few things before that answer. A proud patient walks into the clinic, sits down. I said, how are you? She said, fantastic. I said, how can I help you? She goes, I'm on an Ayurvedic program. This is in Sydney. Ayurvedic program. I said, what sort of Ayurvedic program? Oh, I'm a Pitta type. Okay, more confusion. In fact, she was on khichdi diet, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So her doctor prescribed, Ayurveda doctor prescribed khichdi diet. I said, how long are you on this program? She said, 8 months. I said, then you must have put on 8 to 10 kilos. She said, yes. How did you know? I said, khichdi is full of rice and that will make you fat. And now you have got how many kilos extra? She said, 8 kilos. I said, okay. So keep going. Tell me more. She said, what are you saying? Now she's really upset. I said, khichdi is just a recipe from India. It's not a diet. Now, khichdi has turned into an international Ayurvedic meal. I don't know who made it. We need to catch him, put him in a corner, and then beat him up. Because it doesn't work. It's inflammatory. It makes you heavy. It congests you. It causes all sorts of problems. I'm not saying it causes problem if you eat once a week. Khichdi is a diet. It's not a diet. It's just a meal, one pot meal. Now, if khichdi can be an Ayurvedic meal, every packet in India, abroad called food is Ayurvedic. Now, it's not an answer. My observation is this: if it is nicely made, you can call it healthy meal, packaged meal, preserved for 2 years or 6 months. Frozen food lasts for a few months. Frozen food lasts for a few months and then they die. Then you don't eat. Then there's nothing. No, I'm not done. Oh, sorry, you're done. So this is the thing. That question is very simple, but the answer is not simple. This is the problem. If it is good, you can eat it. Rotate them regularly. Done.
Thank you. So the question that I've understood is, can packaged and processed food be Ayurvedic? Correct? We're still on that question. Okay. So one of the first things that we need to understand about what makes a food Ayurvedic is it should help increase the Agni toward optimal level. So the way that I learned Ahara versus Anna, Hara is to lose, Ahara is to take in. So Ahara is not just food, it's anything you take in. Anything. It can be cigarette, it can be noise, it can be cars going by, it can be something you ingest, it can be something you take into your lungs. Anything your entity of being takes in is Ahara. Anna is food, which is nutriment. So now we come to two words which I think are not always understood by, at least in America, the profession, but also my students in India. Nutrient and nutriment. Nutrient is, as they were saying, carbohydrates, fats, proteins, calories, vitamins, minerals. Those are nutrients that are measured in a crucible, and calories are measured, how much energy is in that particular entity, that particular food. Khichdi, for example. But nutriment is how much actually gets into the body. We are not concerned about nutrients in Ayurveda. We're concerned about nutriment, what actually gets into the cells. And so we're not having that conversation. So when I think about this question, I was thinking, there are three answers to this. One is from the Ayurvedic Shastras, which are given by our colleagues across the aisle, our bipartisan colleagues. And they are saying that the Shastras tell this, this, and this about Agni. That is true. But in India, since so few people are actually eating Ayurvedically, because Ayurvedic doctors are not getting up and discussing this, there's another set of people, and that is the regulators. And so if you know about the Food Safety and Standards 2011 with the amendments in 2022, which Shubhangee mentioned on her slide, you know that there's a regulation going on. And my question is always, where do these regulations get into the regulation of legality with no Ayurvedic components in there? Where are the Ayurvedic doctors to say, wait, these regulations, this book of law, and guidelines, where is the Ayurvedic stuff? And that goes over to the third group. So if the first group is Ayurvedic doctors that are quiet, and the regulators are the quiet, or the policymakers who are just going along with whoever's on the committee. The third group is the commercial people who say, if these are the laws, this is what we're going to do. So the dietitians who are out there in the hospitals who are saying, this is what we can follow because this is what the rule books are. All of the so-called scientists who follow these rules because they're about calories and nutrients, but they're not about what's actually going on in the body. They're getting fat from eating khichdi. How many of you know that khichdi is not patya for everyone? You know that, right? So the commercial people have a different definition, one more minute, of what is Ayurvedic food. And that is basically whatever that regulation allows, which is anything. You put a little bit of turmeric in there, you can call it Ayurvedic. You put a little bit of ginger in there and say it's Ayurvedic. Adrak, you can put it and say it's Ayurvedic. You've seen the toothpaste, you've seen the various products. And what's happening is that Ayurvedic doctors are saying things on the stage, but they're not getting onto those committees and they're not saying, this is not Ayurvedic and we will not allow you to use this as Ayurvedic in terminology. That's what needs to happen right now. And that is actually how it's being defined by the market, right? Market means what people buy. If I can buy Uncle Chips, Ayurvedic Uncle Chips, because it's got a little bit of turmeric in there, I'll buy it. And I've had a lot of people in allopathic medicine tell me that they use turmeric cream, which is like 0.1% turmeric and 99% crap. Why aren't Ayurvedic people arguing about it? So When you ask me what makes a food Ayurvedic, it's the rule of the market that's deciding what's Ayurvedic, not you people sitting in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so
One
much.
minute, 1 minute. I may add. I think
a very unique information about the packaged food is that we forget to mention that Ayurveda has classified ahit ahar into 4 types. And those 4 types are, maximum we know Viruddhahar. We talk about Viruddhahar. We talk about Abhishandhi but we never talk about Gramyahar and Malinahar, which is highly mentioned very critically into Rasayanadhyay and Rakta Pradosha Vyadhis. Malinahar and Gramyahar and all this packed food, it comes under Gramyahar, which is not at all Rasayan. That's all.
I may add one point regarding Dr. Bhaswati has asked about where is the Ayurveda doctors? Are they sitting mute hearing this? I think the Ayush department has now formulated a food and safety standards FSSAI Ayurvedic Ahar. A document is properly released and it is now under effect. But I think it needs to be percolated into all the levels. Needs a lot of implementing activities.
Thank you so much.
Regulations without a market, right? Ayush can make all the rules it wants. If it's not being followed, then the mainstream people think that that's what is the rule. That's the problem. Ayush is sitting and making rules, but it's sitting in Ayush. It's not coming out. How many of you are eating foods that are not pathya? Why isn't there a rule? Like there's a rule that you're not supposed to have tea on this campus, okay? We all broke the rule. We know we were having contraband. We know it. But there's a rule. And there's a rule in Vaidyagrama that you're not supposed to have caffeine. Why isn't there a rule that all of you who are Ayurvedic doctors in training have to eat pathya?
Let us get to know some comments from the audience as well. Dr. M. Prasad sir, do you like to comment on the term or quoted by Vaidya Prasad about the khichdi?
Yeah. Namaskaram.
He just quoted about the khichdi being said to be Ayurvedic, and if that is Ayurvedic, then all the products which we have got as packaged are Ayurvedic.
Yeah, yes, I got it. So actually, I think Dr. Rahul had answered that question beautifully because see, Ayurvedic, that label called Ayurvedic has become a buzzword in the industry overall. So anything, whatever it is, see, sometime before I was discussing this with Malaji that we are eagerly waiting for the introduction of Ayurvedic air conditioners in the market. So anything you can sell, because you see, people are living in an era of some sort of a paranoia. They think that everything surrounding us is going to hurt us, and everybody around us is going to hurt us. So they are looking for some comfort zone, some safe words, some mantras, and the industry feels and they get the pulse very fast. And comfortably, they have started using this label Ayurvedic. You know, we have in real life Ayurvedic hand sanitizers. We have Ayurvedic soaps and many other things. Ayurvedic dress, you know, Ayurvedic cloth. You have Ayurvedic cloth. So you have no problem with all these things. Then why should you insist on Ayurvedic food? Isn't it? So I think it is a propaganda created by the industry to pursue the easily gullible public. It is quite natural because that is what the industry is for. It is quite understandable. But coming to this khichdi or any other stuff which we are talking about, you see, Ayurveda as a system is not advocating anything as this is Ayurvedic food. I'm telling you the fact, to the best of my knowledge. There is no such comment that this is the food that you have to take, because Shastra is bodhaka. not Karaka. It gives you information and explains the good and bad of this. So, and you have plenty of information. And when it is coming to the application plane, Ayurveda by and large resorts to a highly person-centric approach. That is a fact. You see, after explaining all the Kama Shastra, which is supposed to be one of the most celebrated works from India in that way, after explaining all these things, there is a statement, Na shastramasti ityedavat kriyanam karago bhaved. Don't resort to doing things with the excuse that it is told in the Shastra. Kartavyameva kartavyam. What you are supposed to do or what you are meant to do, that only is to be done. And very interestingly, the example given at that point is Rasavirya vipagahi swamamsasyabi vaidyage kadhita idi tat kim syad bhakshaniyam vichakshanaihi. In some Vaidya Grandhas, you will see the Rasa Vipaga and all these things of even the dog's meat. But does it mean that an intelligent person is going to eat the dog's meat? So, Shastramasti ityedavat kriyanam karako na bhaved. There is no Ayurvedic food. Because food has got cultural notions, religious notions, social notions, economical notions, regional notions, geographical notions. So how can you make an outright Ayurvedic food? Impossible. So I go against that comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll just comment on that. There are guidelines, Dr. Prasad. The whole idea is not that there's a set meal for anyone, but there are guidelines depending on your desham, dusham, balam, kalam, anala, prakriti, vaya, sattva, satmya, right? So based on those, there are Ayurvedic food guidelines. And that's why I said that students should eat patya. I didn't say all students should eat any one particular food. Understanding what's patya is what makes it Ayurvedic. It's not about the ingredient. It's about it being optimizing Agni and bringing us to Samadosha, Samagnisha, Samadhatu, Malakriya, right?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. There is no Ayurvedic food, but there are information shared. There are wisdom shared about how to eat what is available. You will find the most beautiful chapter in Ashtanga Hridayam, which deals with how to drink alcohol. That is supposed to be the most beautiful chapter. So would you start an Ayurvedic bar tomorrow? With the leaflets of Madate Vidhi?
Can you repeat that? Would you what?
So will you start an Ayurvedic bar?
Actually, that's been done in the United States.
Yeah, it can. We expect it.
Vaya Vaidya in Oklahoma.
Yes. We expect it. Because
but he tells us it should be done in Hemantakala with a woman who is attractive and soft and has supple thighs and long hair. And it should be done in the early evening with soft cloth. And he should drink in proximity to her. You know the shloka.
True, yes. So I think I do expect that the US will bring that too in India. No doubt. That is anticipated. So there is no excuse for that. But at the same time, having said that, there are beautiful guidelines about how to use whatever is available. If you get that finger chips, if you get pizza, if you get something else, how to eat that particular stuff intelligently. That is given in Ayurveda. And that is where you have to put your Ayurvedic mind into it. And one interesting advice in this regard, after explaining all Matrashitiya, is that how to eat food. That is highly personalized and can be put into practice even in the worst of the existing physical situations. That goes like Kale Satmyam Shuchihitam. You all know. I can read it. Kale Satmyam Shuchihitam Snigdhoshnam Lakhu Tanmana. Any food you can eat with a Tanmana. Then Shadrasam Madhuraprayam. If it is not available, make it Shadrasam Madhuraprayam. Nadidruda Vilambitam. Let it be dog's meat, let it be pizza or hot dog. Doesn't matter. Na didruda vilambidam snadaha chudwan viviktastaha daudapada karananaha tarpayitva pidrun devan atidhin balagan gurun. So all these things are practicable. So let anything be the food. Take it in the Ayurvedic way. That is what we can do. I think so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Prasad, I think you gave a good idea to Dr. Rama Prasad about Ayurvedic alcohol. He is going to take it to Chandrayaan now.
So the point here wasn't to remove the tag of Ayurveda. It was to talk about the Satmya and the Viruddha, which the product is. So let us get to know about the classical panelists to show or bring some light upon the topic of Viruddha. Because as in Ashtanga, it is clearly said that Satmyam na pidaya alpam cha bhojanam. So whenever a person gets Satmya to that product, there is no chance of getting any disease. Our body, of being 21-year-old, I have been exposed to so many packaged food. So my body is now accustomed, or more we can say Satmya to that. Is it correct or not? Let us get to know from the classical panelists.
I think the definition of Satmya needs to be evaluated there. Somebody is telling that right from 15th year of age, I am having cigarette smoking. I am in 60th year of age. Can we say that cigarette is Satmya to that particular person? I think Satmya means yeda Atmano Upashede. That which is wholesome to one's existence. It can only be termed as Satmya. So eating packaged foods right from childhood doesn't mean that that substance has become Satmya, that particular chemical has become Satmya to you. Maybe due to your genetic makeup or polymorphism, your body is not reactive to that, just like your neighbor. That doesn't mean that you are immune to that. See, in many females, we see that the females are having specific milestones in their life. Menarche happens, conception happens, delivery happens, menopause occurs. So the people come and tell us that they are right from childhood, they are eating all these substances, no problem was there. When menarche occurred, the problem surfaced. Then after delivery, it's gone down. And again, after menopause, now the allergy has came up again. So that means that your body is responding in different phases in different manner to the same substance. So I think the definition of Satmya, I think this confusion is there all through our campus. That Satmya means any substance which we use daily that will become Satmyam to us. I think it is not. Something which is wholesome can be termed as Satmya. I may request other panelists.
Thinking about Viruddhahar, we have to go very technically, because with every disorder mentioned in Charak Sushrut Vagbhat, Viruddhahar is one of the important cause which is mentioned. So it is very important to understand what do you mean by Viruddhahar. Secondly, Viruddhahar is to be identified in the modern food. That's very important. Nobody is consuming fish with milk. So what is the Viruddhahar of today's era is to be identified. That's very important. And the definition of Viruddhahar is very, very correctly mentioned in Charak, that yat kinchit dosham astravya na nirharti kayataha. What do you mean by this at a cell level? Na nirharti kayata. There are certain food metabolites getting generated by cytochrome P450 enzymatic system, which are getting accumulated into the cell, disturbing the cell metabolism and chronically landing into certain disorders. What are these factors which are getting accumulated at a cell level and creating a problem or creating a change in the metabolism of a cell? Maybe it may be mitochondrial dysfunction, it may be a ER dysfunction, or it can be a change in the transcription of RNA and DNA, and this happens in the body, and these substances are called as I mentioned in the previous part, that is those are all advanced glycation end products. So any substance, even a bread, even what cereals we consume in the early morning, in 5-star hotels we have a fashion of consuming cereals. They are high with advanced glycation end products. Bread crust, they are high with glycation end product, advanced glycation end products. And these are to be considered as viruddhana. Secondly, specifically for the students, that they want, because everywhere it is mentioned that, okay, milk with fruits. Students tell us, okay, we are consuming milk with fruits from years together, nothing is happening to us. And actually nothing happens. But if it is consumed chronically, there are certain biomarkers which are developed. And one of the important biomarkers recently developed in 2020, that is what we call as free fructose, I think FF, free fructose, or there is a ratio with glucose to fructose which should not go above 1. There is a ratio of fructose to glucose of any food which should not go above 1, and the fruit juices, they are having the ratio of above 9. And people consume fruit juices like anything, which is highly viruddha in today's era. Actually, that's a need, and such many foodstuffs are there which should be identified that way. That what are the biomarkers for that? And the viruddha anna should be taken as a very serious matter, and that should be identified in a modern, what we call as modern food, that these are the things which are viruddha, these should not be consumed, and if consumed, they are taken badly. Secondly, when these advanced glycation networks, they get situated into the cell, what is the capacity of the cell to restrict them or bring them outside the body through the proper metabolism? And that is the only ahar and vihar. That is the only ahar and vihar and a proper exercise which can bring, and fasting. Fasting, proper exercise and proper diet that can correct the metabolism and keep these advanced glycation products and wrong metabolites getting entry at a cell level. That makes the food viruddha. That should be understood by the students. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Nambi.
Basically, the viruddha, in the context of viruddha, what we have to remember is it is a response to the Agni. It's not that two material, if we keep it outside and mix it, it will not become viruddha. Because once it has an interaction with the Agni, that makes things viruddha. There are other things like Desha Viruddham, Kala Viruddham, there are other things. But unfortunately, during the classical period, there are large number of observation has been made in different materials. But last few centuries, we haven't made any experimentations. Actually, just like RCT we do for the plants, how it is affect and all, randomized control trial, why can't we have a study on viruddha? There are different type of, because nowadays, due to the globalization, people are traveling here and there, large number of food has been exchanging, many countries' food has been arriving here, and we are taking the food in a wrong time, wrong situations. Definitely, there may be some chances of viruddha within happening. And rightly, Sir has mentioned, it creates a mild utklesha. The challenge in the utklesha is that whenever we have it, when it not reaches the optimum level of utklesha, it never comes out. So neither it go out nor it responds within it. So just like Charaka in the Prameha Adhyaya, it clearly mentioned dosha dosha vigara vikhada bhava bhava pradivishesha bhavati. Very important observations, because all the lifestyle disorders starts from there. Charaka Nidanasthana Prameha 4th chapter, he says that vikara vikhada bhava and vikara vikhada abhava. It's a very significant point where it says how body responds, whether it's a food or whether it's a medicine. So there are components that defines to have, Chakrabani comment and that says it, alpebi, it may be dirghakaleva, not even manifesting it. So whenever we are all sitting here having some viruddha, but it haven't manifested at all, but we have some accumulations of dosha within us. So to have a study into that, definitely we need a rigorous study to identify what are the viruddhas in current context. That's all. Thank you.
The biomarker is EFF, effective free fructose, which we can identify as a viruddha with the milk and fruits. That is very important for the PG students and the teachers who can work on Viruddha Anna taking these biomarkers.
Okay, let's hear from the contemporary.
Just want to add one point to the word Satmyam. Just because there's a beautiful word, Atma, is found in Satmyam, it doesn't make it a good idea. Satmyam is this. One of the examples I can give you is this. We smoke. Just say we are starting to smoke today. Now, don't. But let's think about it. Took the first puff, you start coughing. Second, third, you're coughing, mucus, coughing, throat is sore. By the end of the first cigarette, you're in hell. You tried it again and again over the next few days. By the end of the week, you can smoke a cigarette or two, and you feel like you have mastered the art of smoking. It's not that at all. Your body stopped responding. It realized the idiot is not listening. First I made him to cough, then gave him a sore throat, got his mucus membrane all dead and kicked out of the body. And he's not listening. By the end of the week, we feel like our cigarette is Satmyam for me. It's not, Satmyam is not a good idea. I eat idli every morning, that's Satmyam. Oh yeah, it's a stupid idea, that's all.
Hi, thank you very much. Let's ask now somebody from the audience, Dr. Putnik, you. What do you have to say about that?
Can I go a little back and comment on something else? Okay. There are two notifications that have come from the Food Standard Safety Authority. One of them is dated 23rd December 2016, which has allowed the use of 450 botanicals into foods. This is the notification that's being abused. The second notification is 5th May 2022. Now, this is a notification that went through considerable amount of deliberation with Ministry of Ayush. The 2016 notification allows for even Chyawanprash biscuits, Brahmi puffs, and anything and everything under the sun. It even allows the use of Ativish and Google in foods. So, we'll just disregard that notification. This notification of 2022 is the notification of Ayurveda Ahar, which has very specifically stated that a product can be called Ayurveda Ahar only if the recipe has been found in the authoritative texts. So to that extent, the abuse has been curtailed. I'll react to something else, and Dr. Satam might agree with me, that there's not a single product labeled Ayurvedic in the market without a team of Ayurvedic Vaidyas who designed and formulated that particular product. There's not a single product named Ayurvedic in the Indian market where it has gone without the scrutiny of a group of Ayurvedic physicians. So, somewhere it's a sector-wide internal reform also that we need to, within ourselves, draw a line to say this is abuse and this is science or this is Shastra. The second part that I'll go on to say is that the entire craze about Ayurvedic food was very well explained by probably one of the greatest exploiters of the word Ayurveda, and that is not a multinational, it's the Amul Milk Federation. The definition that they gave is that the total food market in India is something in the region of 60 or 65 lakh crores. And they are hoping that Ayurveda can be a marketing point which will at least garner anything between 1 and 2%, which increases their turnovers by 1.2 lakh crores. So everything that we are discussing has to be put in perspective of this heavy commerce. And it doesn't matter to them if Ayurveda as a as a fad fades away in 3 years, they will just move on. So understand, all of these ethic needs to be taken to the next level, where in the words of Dr. Prasad, at tea time, he put it very correctly, that Ayurveda is hardly about matter and substance. It's all about what the philosophy behind all of that is, or the Tridoshic viewpoint there. So I think that's the point probably the panel would like to reflect on.
Thank you so much, sir. Let us hear from Dr. Shubhangee on the same about the law making.
You mean to say about the Viruddhahar, right? Or Satmya, or?
On the law making.
I fully agree with Mr. Ranjit Puranik, what he mentioned, that none of the product in the market is actually tagged as Ayurveda food. Yeah, this is absolutely right. But the problem is the companies who are making it or manufacturing it, they are launching it as an Ayurvedic, with the Ayurvedic tag. Of course, I mean, it's not mentioned on the labels, but it is marketed indirectly, I would say. I mean, that's why, like example, I mean, for the Brook Bond or some other products are there, which are called as Ayurvedic tea. Ayurvedic tea. I mean, no, maybe it's not mentioned or labeled or categorized as an Ayurvedic food, but it actually means like that. I mean, that's a misguiding aspect for the consumers, I would say. I mean, that's one point. And I feel this is really nice that the new food law, which is like FSS Ayurveda Ahar Regulation 2022 has come into picture. And of course, I mean, it's like too soon now. I mean, it will still take time maybe to implement it directly with the new products in the market, or whatever the products are there in the market, maybe, I mean, to rectify them. I mean, definitely this will happen because, I mean, this law is not so old. I mean, it's like just last year it has come. And it is really nice that out of this 450 herbs which were allowed earlier, I mean, 2016, I mean, like Ativisha, or I would say even Arjuna. I mean, many times I feel many of the herbs which have really therapeutic values, they should not be allowed in the food. I'm happy that at least Shilajit is not included in this. Otherwise, maybe, I mean, tomorrow we can get Shilajit chocolates or Shilajit bar also. I mean, you never know. I mean, one company can come out with this. So at least, I mean, this is good that Shilajit was not included in this list. But there are so many herbs were there which are like Ativisha. I mean, how can Ativisha be like a food? I mean, and where can you say that if a product contains Ativisha, then are you going to say that you have only 1 spoon of, maybe it's Ativisha is put in khichdi, or Ativisha is put in a packaged food in a chocolate bar, and then would you say that only have 1 piece of chocolate in a day or 2? You cannot confine that dosage for the food. So definitely, it's a very good move from Ayush department or from the regulatory aspect that this list has been modified now. So no, not modified. I think it has to be modified, no? Yeah.
Yes, the 2016 notification has not been withdrawn.
Oh, okay. I think strongly we need to do something, right?
So it's very much there. So if all of us in the panel feel very strongly, it will only take 2 paragraphs.
Absolutely.
We should write it to Ministry of Ayush, give them more bala to fight against the food industry.
Absolutely.
And withdraw those 450, that 2016 notification.
Absolutely.
So we could do that tomorrow.
Absolutely. This is so nice. I mean, just to add to it, I mean, I would say, I mean, I've seen one particular herbal tea is the Ayurvedic tea, which contains Arjuna powder. Like, I mean, this I mentioned to some of my colleagues. I would like to tell the students also. This product has Arjuna tea, which is in a package of 150 grams. On the front side, it is mentioned as Arjuna powder extract. It's mentioned as like this, powder extract. And on the back side, it's written as Arjuna powder, and the dosage is mentioned as 3 to 6 grams in one time. Like, I mean, you have to take 3 to 6 grams powder and then boil it and take tea. Now, this is not clear from this product labeling whether it is extract 3 to 6 grams, what are we talking about, Arjuna, or whether we are talking about powder 3 to 6 grams. If it is extract 3 to 6 grams, definitely it will cause problems. Even powder will cause problems because Arjuna is so kashaya rasatmak. I mean, anybody and everybody cannot take this Arjuna tea. So this over-claiming or misguiding or misinterpretation of the dosage should be strongly controlled, what I feel, from the law.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So just we got to know that the branding is done on the nutraceuticals. So let us get to hear from the classical panelists about the same. what are their thoughts upon the nutraceuticals? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
As Prasad sir correctly said, that Ayurveda doesn't say anything good or bad. Ayurveda just elaborates the things, and it is Agni Bala Apekshini. So there is no need of such nutraceuticals coming from Ayurveda, what I feel personally. So, and moreover, when it is a nutraceutical and when it is nutrition, why people don't think about non-nutrition? Because maximum people need non-nutrition today because we are all over-nutritious. We are all over-nutritious. We are all under Santarpanjanya Vyadhis. And when we talk about completely nutrition, where we are going to take this nutrition and really whether we need such type of nutrition right from our children to old persons. Everybody is sedentary. Everybody is over-nutritious. So this nutraceuticals in Ayurveda, classically and scientifically, doesn't carry any meaning in the field of Ayurveda. Ayurveda doesn't say anything good or bad. Nothing is good or bad. It depends on the personalization. It depends on your Agni, what is good or what is bad.
Thank you so much. Dr. Siby, can you just comment on the nutraceuticals and packaged food?
See, there is this product, just imagine kashayam. Okay? This is something which we commonly use it. That has become into a tablet form. So when you are making into a tablet form, there are a lot of binding agents are used. And when you are taking the tablet directly, our body is supposed to absorb the content of the tablet within 15 minutes or 30 minutes. In that time, it has to be absorbed. That means maybe only 10% is absorbed into the body. So that means he's taking the tablet, but the effect into the system is only 10%. So he's wasting his money, and they are actually putting a lot of binding agent, which is also unhealthy. And then later, this kashayam has become into a fine powder, which is again medicated to a strong content of it. So then the question is whether that kashayam powder, which is made into a strong dose, where actually you are supposed to take 60 milli of that kashayam, now it has become like a 100 milligram. It's 1 gram. If you take it, it gives you the benefit. So who is basically understanding whether this 1 gram powder is suitable for our body, whether that can be absorbed in that minimum period of the time, will it damage your system in the long run? So nobody is actually looking into that. The same way, nutraceuticals are basically something which is produced by the marketing people by using a lot of research on it to increase the absorbability of the food or the nutrition into the system. But do we need that much of absorbability into the body? When we are actually having a meal, you know that whether you are taking a rice or sambar or chutney or idli or chapati, we know that 50% or maybe 60% is absorbed by the body and 40% is taken out of the system. And that is what is the properly it is digested. But when you are actually taking a nutraceutical supplement, the absorption is much, much higher than what the body needs. So that is why those kind of things are considered unhealthy according to Ayurvedic view. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, sir.
In a quick sentence. In a continuation with what has been mentioned, actually the world has spent enormous money, time and many things from the farm to fork. Now it's a time to spend from fork to soul. Unfortunately, we have spent an enormous money from farm to fork. Why can't we spend time from the fork to soul? If we had turned that fork to soul, things will become much better. That's it.
Thank you so much, sir. There is a comment by Dr. Madhuri, ma'am.
Thank you, panelists, for this wonderful discussion, which is very thought-provoking. And since we are talking on the topic of packaged food, Two things I want to say because no one from the panelists mentioned it. One is GMO in the food, basic ahara yoni, and second is Kshara, Lavana, Nati, Upayoji. Codex Alimentarius. Charak Samhita is clearly mentioned. 2 points only I will make, and then all the panelists can take this discussion forward because I am really interested in knowing what are your viewpoints. Charak Samhita is clearly Kshara Lavana. Most of the Codex Alimentarius chemicals, they are synthetics, they fall in the category of Kshara or Lavana or the mineral salt. Ati Amla Sevanam. We all have learned in the first VMS what happens if we are doing Ati Indriyartha Sanyoga related to our Rasnendriya. Ati Amla. Total no. It is apatya in a way. Atiyo, Asatmendriya Sanyoga is one of the first cause of every kind of diseases. First thing is this. Now Grantha is saying this. We are here in the contemporary world with packaged food and under Codex Alimentarius, Kshara, Lavana, Ati Amla is too much being used. So we have Rakta Pradoshas or Rakta Doshas, a kind of Vikara, and this is my first point. And second, last month Maharashtra government declared 50 crore rupees for biotechnology into banana. Is there really a need for banana to be GMOized under biotechnology? Is my core concern. So I think, and this was a very small news. No one in the Maharashtra knows. It was not a mainstream news. 50 crore is not a small amount. Why we need 50 crores of public's money for banana to be bought, to be compromised under this nutraceutical part and bring in the geomization of banana, which is the basic food of every Indian. So these are my two concerns, and since no one raised this point, I am raising and just expecting answers from all of you. Thank you.
Dr. Patil, these are really, the 2 points are very important, but I would say Dr. Nambi and Dr. Rahul Nair, had already mentioned about the Ashtavidhi Ahar Visheshata. I think. In this, the first point itself is Prakruti. Prakriti is the nature of the food or nature of the raw material, and that actually covers the point about the GMO, I would say. Of course, it was not mentioned directly as GMO, but that actually means, like when we are talking about the Prakriti of the raw material, it means that the raw material, whichever, it could be food, it could be herbs, anything, that has to be in the best of the quality. And I had mentioned one point about the quality parameters of the food also, where we are talking about the pesticide analysis, heavy metal, ETO, microbial count. Actually, everything comes under this part of this Prakriti. You can just add something if I'm wrong.
Coming to the Ayurveda context, it has been clearly mentioned regarding all fruits and vegetables that krimi vata pahatam shushkam jirnam anartavam. It is finished. It should be not be non-seasonal, and all GMOs are all non-seasonal things. And Ayurveda has clearly contraindicated that shushkam jirnam anartavam, means which is non-seasonal food, which is not like a menstruation, not anartavam, that it should not be brought into the market, should not be consumed. It is clearly mentioned.
Okay, Dr. Pratap is asking.
Yeah, good evening. I just have a comment to make because we have been talking a lot about the physical part of the health here in relation to food. So mostly Agni, Dosha, Dusya, we have been talking. But, we have to really go to the root cause of why there is so much, choice, or why people get addicted to this junk food or fast food or packaged food. The cause is mind. In Ayurveda, when we say ahara, it is not only what you're eating from your mouth. Aharyati iti ahara. So anything that goes in. So it's very important that we also consider that the mind has to be more sattvic, more peaceful. Then automatically our choices at the physical level will be more cleaner, more pure, or more Ayurvedic in the true sense. So whether we are watching something, we are reading something, we are hearing something, even the people we are hanging out with, there is 3 categories: Sattvic, Rajasic, Tamasic. So the more your mind is Rajasic and Tamasic, automatically you have a choice. We talked about cigarette smoking and alcohol bars and all that. It's because of the mind. So we have to talk about the root cause. and not to forget the food for soul. Because we are not the bodies, we are not the minds, we are actually the souls. And very rightly in our definition of health, we have to not forget the line Prasanna Atmendriya Mana, Swasthete Vidhyate. So we should also consider that the root is in the mind, which will actually help us to come to a more balance at the physical level, and definitely not to forget the real me, which is soul. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think you have put a very valid point there. Because Charaga rightly says one important slogan that just now sparked into mind when sir told about the role of mind. He says, Matraya abhi aphyavahridam pathyam cha annam na jiryadi. See, even if you consume food in a right matra, if you consume food in a pathya way, excellent food you are taking in correct matra. Matraya abhi aphyavahridam pathyam cha annam na jiryadi chinda shoga bhaya krodha dukkha shayya prajagare. If your mind is casted in all those emotional factors, that can actually create indigestion. So as you told, when we eat such packeted foods, why we are addicted to that? Maybe due to some substances which are added into it, like Ajinomoto, which triggers all those mental emotions to it. And also, I think the whole sorts of advertisements that make us thrilling to get attached to that food. Then, just like Madam told, that we will avoid mother's food for that, isn't it?
And I think it's very ideal to speak about the mind and the soul. The reality is that we're sitting up in this area talking about Ayurveda.
Excuse me, just 1 minute. Sorry. I have to just say goodbye. Dr. Savings has to go. And then you continued. He just asked me, he has to go, his cab. So let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Savings.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity which has been given. I thank Malaji for this great opportunity and the second inning in the food, what I was expected. So thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
Let's give a huge round of applause for Pratap Chauhan, sir, who despite his busy schedule has made it here, and he has a session on telemedicine tomorrow. He's the founder of Jiva Ayurveda.
Let's just continue with Dr. Bhaswati.
Okay, got it. We were talking about food for the soul, and I think it's very idealistic to talk about food for the soul. The reality is that when we are going through any challenges in life, and all of the students in this room can talk about the challenges, right? Is BAMS training easy? No. So when you're challenged, your mind is not in a place where you're in ultimate sattvic shanti, where you're getting enough sleep, where you're able to see your loved ones when you want to, where you're getting supported. As a student, I would see how the teachers would insult and humiliate the students. And what they would do is say, chalo, let's go out. And they would have an ice cream, or they would have some chips or something to, feel better. That kind of lack of centered mind is the reality for people. And so when we say, we don't all live in Jivagram or Vaidyagrama and, spend our time getting served sattvic food and having abhyangas. We spend our time in life. If you're forced into a marriage, that's the next 50 years of your life where you have to adjust, right? If you have children who are differently abled, that's time that you have to adjust. And all of these things are challenges in life that cause people to be something other than that, mindful, shanti, sattvic place. And And yeah, and acceptance, right? And the industry is there to take advantage of it. They have commercials that say, if you want to feel better, drink Coca-Cola, eat this chips, have this particular kind of food. And convenience is a way of showing wealth. For a lot of housewives to sit around and not have to be in the kitchen all the time means that they can use the convenience of packaged foods, processed food, microwave food. And because they're mentally not in that sattvic place, they will use those foods. So when we say, oh, it really comes to the mind, it does. But this society is not teaching people how to be stronger mentally. And frankly, if you study a little bit of geopolitics, you'll understand we don't want a population that is empowered. We want people. How many of you have servants in your home? How many of you would do the same work for 1,500 rupees a month that they do? You don't, right? So as long as you have servants, I have gotten rid of all my servants because as part of my dharma, I realized that as long as I keep someone there who is subjugated under me, I am not being dharmic to what I believe. So I do jharu pocha of my own floors. I cook my own food, and all the housewives in my building don't like it. But my mind is actually more cleansed when I go to sleep because I'm not thinking about servants who are living lesser quality of lives. We need to change society before we can talk about being mindful and having sattvic souls. I just want to contribute that to the conversation.
Thank you so much. There is one.
Hello. Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for an excellent session, and we are proceeding towards the conclusion. So, problem here, I will start with India, and the numbers are more in the global level. We have 4 lakhs Ayurveda doctors and Vaidyas, and we have 130 crores of people to connect as far as Ayurveda is concerned. And we don't want everyone to be sick on regular basis to come to a Vaidya to experience Ayurveda. Now, Ahar is something they are experiencing on daily basis. And if they can connect to the ethical Ayurveda in terms of their Ahar, I think that can be the first step for us to enter into their family and their lives as far as Ayurveda is concerned. And that we are seeing in our clinics as well. So those who have maybe any kind of pseudo branding, marketing or whatever, still Ayurveda is so powerful that some people have feel some difference in their life in terms of that partial or maybe incomplete Ayurvedic products or whatever they are having, be it the change of their toothpaste from a cosmetic or a chemical to a herbal, be their hair oils or whatever. So my request to all of you is, see, we need a positive conclusion of this entire session. So please give tips on that aspect, that if we need to infuse, incorporate, disseminate Ayurveda into each and every individual, into each and every family, Ahar is the first step. So what can be the positive steps from this? We can't ignore the processing of the food. So maybe the tips, the positive aspects, that from this session we can get some conclusion that this is the way forward, that these companies should take care, we should take care, or maybe there can be so many other examples or ways. So our mindset should be in a positive way after this session, that yes, how we can take it to the next level in terms of the society is concerned.
The first positive thing that I would like to
Doctor.
offer is that we should definitely teach everyone how to cook. It should be a part of BAMS classes. We should teach people how to plant rice. We should teach people how to do some farming for a small period of time so they understand the basics. And we should teach people how to cook. Most of my Indian friends tell me, I'm a doctor. My mom told me she doesn't want me to be lowly. She just wants me to study. So I never learned how to cook. If we teach people how to cook, that is one way that we're not going to be finding people eating processed and packaged foods.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We never learned. Now I'm going to give the word to Dr. Nambi. He is one of our...
I just want to add something interesting. That things are been changing. I just want to show you a video that food has been printed now. A small video, Israel started printing of food. Can you just play that video?
Kumal,
ויודעת להדפיס טונות ביום. טונות של בשר מתורבת ביום. זה רק לשם ההמחשה, אתה תוכל לבחור את הסטייק שלך, והמדפסת תתחיל לשחרר סטייקים בקצב תעשייתי. סיריליון, אני לא יודע אם אתה אוהב יותר שומן או פחות שומן. באמצע, view order, slide to print. ופה בעצם המדפסת מתחילה לייצר סטייקים. סטייקים, הייחודיות פה היא שתאי הגזע נשארים חיים אחרי שהם מודפסים. סטייק יהיה מוכן בסביב הדקה. דקה. השלב פה הוא שווה ערך לשלב שבו הפרה נולדת בעצם. הפרה לוקח 2 עד שהיא נשחטת, היא מזהמת את העולם בתהליך. פה זה תהליך שהוא הרבה יותר קצר.
בלי שטח, בלי מים ובלי
בלי שטח, בלי מים, בלי חתימה פחמנית. בלי פלטות ובלי כלום.
איפה הסטייק?
הסטייק עכשיו מודפס, ועכשיו אנחנו נעבור
זה המקדונלדס של העתיד.
כן, כן, זה המקדונלדס, זו הקצבייה והמשחטה של העתיד.
פאסט פוד.
וההפתעה פה בעצם, אנחנו משיקים היום גם את המדפסת הזו, שהיא סמי תעשייתית, ובואו נעבור למדפסת השנייה, שזה השקה העולמית שלנו, שמדפיסה דג. פה, זו מדפסת שמדפיסה מוצר שהוא מוכן לטיגון, מה שנקרא ready to cook. מכיל תאים אמיתיים, אנחנו מדפיסים בו בעצם פילה לוקוס. אין עוד חברה שיודעת לעשות דבר כזה. מכיל תאים אמיתיים, כ3 דקות להדפסה. לוקוס עם טקסטורה מורכבת. אפשר לסגור אותה ונראה לכם כבר זה מוכן. תן לה להדפיס, ככה זה נראה. אנחנו נתאם את זה עוד רגע. פילה לוקוס, מתורבת, מודפס, מבלי בעצם להשתמש בדג עצמו. זה מוכן מאוד. פעם ראשונה בעולם שדבר כזה קורה.
אני אומר ככה, טוב.
אפשר להמשיך, נתאים.
זה מחפשת תעשייתית שפיתחנו, שמיועדת להחליף משחטה.
Okay, sir. So before Nambi sir starts printing Ayurvedic foods, maybe there is this thing that we will have to go through. I don't know. Any of the panelists can tell to the students of going through the 46th chapter of Sutrasana and Sushrita, the different diets and food items which has been mentioned over there, and the mention of Kshema Kutuhalam, Bhojana Kutuhalam and all has to be there, because Ekam Shastra Madhyana, there are the cookery books which had been associated with health also. That is one thing which may be highlighted by this one. Second one is that we cannot absolutely tell that we don't have Ayurvedic nutraceuticals is what I believe. I would like to have the opinion of, we are having, especially now, Karkadaga Kanji, it was a big seller. And it was talked about the Ayurvedic food was being again discussed since the last few years. So I believe that according to the definition, it belongs to a class of Ayurvedic nutraceuticals. And that if we are not, we have delved into that area where food can act as medicine and food can be fortified with medicines also to prevent many conditions. That is there. It is in use also. So I think it cannot be just told that nutraceuticals are, it is within the nutrition itself. Nutrition, apart from the general nutrition, nutraceuticals are agents which are compounded with medications also, which serves a purpose. So that had been in vogue and we had been in use, I think. And I believe that Karkadaga Kanji is a format which has come in the form of nutraceuticals for a particular time in the year for fortifying the health. Maybe I will have the comments of the panel for the sake of the audience.
Since we are already running out of time, we'll ask some young minds of some questions that can be projected to both the panels. Yes.
Namaskaram to everyone. So my question is that if you are making any fortified Ayurvedic products or something like that, so will it be valid or will it be wise to continue the same packaging with the nutrient contents and the calories and the, the warning signs which currently the packaging units are making right now? Or should we drop out that idea of manifesting that particular kind of packaging with showing of that particular nutrients and contents and etc.?
I think, Mr. Ranjit Puranik would definitely have a good answer on this. I request him to talk.
I don't know whether my answer will be good or bad, but there's something that Dr. Bhaswati mentioned, and she used a word called nutriment. Now, nutriment, when you go and check out the meaning of the word nutriment, it's something that nourishes. Now, when you talk about nutrition or nutraceutical nutrition, you're talking about a set template which is understood by the world. Starch, carbohydrates, proteins, fats, etc. Taking it forward, you could go into RDAs also. So maybe that's not a word that we need to exploit. Maybe nutriment is a kind of a word that probably we need to kind of identify with.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, and regarding the question, actually, about the fortifying the product and calling it as an Ayurvedic packaged food, I understand that we are not allowed to add vitamins and minerals into the Ayurvedic foods. This is what I understand. I think, correct me, Mr. Puranik, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, actually, through FSSAI also, we cannot add a artificial vitamin and mineral in an Ayurvedic food. That's not allowed. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have one more question.
But we also need someone like you who wants to make the packaging, ma'am, who asked the question. If you would like to take a try at making such a label of what you think should be on that label, you learn a lot about what labeling is. We know about labeling supplements, but the food labeling that's required today has absolutely nothing about the process, neither for herbs, Bhaishaja Kalpana person, nor about foods. And so for me, I don't really care just about the ingredients. I want to know how it was made in the process. And you are talking about that. So if you can design something that you think would be accurate and something that you and your friends would read and know actually what happened, that's actually what we need now. And then we need to have young people who are Vaidyas sitting on those committees, sitting and creating a little bit of what Ranjit and I just called a disturbance or a, disruption, basically. We need people to just say, the way it's going is not correct. Thank you to Ayush for what they've done, but they have not really captured the essence of what you're asking. So we need your generation of people to put that label together. Consult with us if you need, but you know exactly what you want to feed your children 10, 15, 20 years from now. And it's not the stuff that our generation has created.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one more question from the audience.
Good evening, dignitaries. Actually, my question is, in 2016, a regulation had told that 450 drugs should not be used as food, right? Then nowadays also, the kashaya in tablet form, otherwise a kashaya with preservative, is being used, right? Actually, now in this discussion only we got to know that it is not an Ayurvedic thing, right? Because we are using preservative. According to the definition of NCISM, it's not correct. So do we have to ban that from pharmaceuticals? That preparation had to be banned?
See, there are two aspects for it. If you look at traditional way of practitioner, we have kashayams, we have lehyams, we have churnams, we have gridams, we have thylams, we have basmas, we have guligas, we have vati, we have vadagam. All those classical preparations naturally have the ingredient of spices to keep the shelf life. But you can't keep it for 2 years. So that is something which was introduced by the manufacturing companies. And they are telling us what to be prescribed. That means we are actually not following the text nowadays. We don't even know what is sometimes in the text. We only look at the catalog and write the medicine. So this is something which has happened for the past maybe 30 years or 40 years. So the manufacturing companies has actually told us, you should be writing only Chiruvilyadi Kashayam and Gandharvasadi Kashayam, which is actually having more ingredient. But there are so many simple productions which we are there in the books, which we are not doing it. So this is something which we have to individually practice. Naturally, if you look at the number of the herbs which is used for those combinations are much, much higher, and it is actually also not eco-friendly. So we should be thinking about changing that formula and start practicing using simple herbs, less number of herbs into that. And Kashayam, well, like what she was asking, see, we are actually telling when you are taking 48 gram of a plant, a herb, a combination, which is boiled in 1200 ml of water, is reduced to 300, divided into 150, again reduced to 75 ml. If they are not asking us to reduce into 36 times, then reduce it. But that is done by the manufacturing companies. Otherwise, we are supposed to practice a simple way, ask him to boil and take it. And why we are doing that is because it has become convenient for us. So the olden practice is to traditionally give the herbs to the patient to boil. Now it's not practical. Okay, still we can actually do that. So it is possible, depends upon the individual. That you have to decide. And the Ayurveda physician has to come to a conclusion, I don't want to use that preservative because sodium benzoate 0.005 or 0.5 per kilo of the body. But sometimes they are using more than that and we don't even understand it. And sometimes they tell us we have increased the potency of the medicine, but we don't need that high potency to the body. We don't know how the body is going to assimilate it, and we don't know after some time what disease we are going to develop because of increasing the potency. Imagine you are supposed to take 2 idlis in the morning. Just imagine 2 idlis, the recommended one. They say, oh, we have made a small idli which has more powerful than these 2 idli. But we don't want that. We are ready to take the 2 idli, which is good for us. So that is what you have to always think about it. When they say increase the potency, you should think about, does it suits the body or not? It's needed or not? That is the question you have to ask. So it can be convenience, it can be easy to carry, it can be easy to prescribe, but most important is whether it is absorbed in a healthy way, whether it is going to heal the body or not. So that is what we should think about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siby. Yeah.
I think.
No, 1 minute. You can speak 1 minute. We have to close.
Okay, I think in between, Dr. Piyush has raised an important question. And he was asking actually that question on behalf of all of us sitting here. Because we have discussed a lot of facts over here. But we have discussed little about principles. So going into the consultation table, if one student is asking, what should we advise the patient who is coming to us? In what way we should prescribe? What principles we adopt? That fact we need to discuss. Fact only, not the principles only. What principles should guide us in advising somebody? I mean that Ayurvedic people should develop into good food counselors too. We are doing mental counseling, psychological counseling. Likewise, see, we are doing sleep counseling. Why not we should enter into the field of food counseling? We should advise what particular diet, particular food a person should take with respect to his own personalized traits. So just now we have discussed that the idea of food cannot be discussed in generality as per Ayurveda. It should be person to person different, and Ayurveda is a highest version or the most advanced version of personalized medicine. So what all principles should come into the consultation table? I want to hear from all of you.
I would like to say something about food counseling. I always had the thought that all doctors of Ayurveda do food counseling, ahara and vihara, so lifestyle counseling, because that's what we do in the US where I first trained. And that's what I saw of all the speakers who would come from India to the US and talk about food counseling. So I did a project 2 years ago where we got some funding to get 15 Vaidyas, BAMS graduates, to write for the lay person about whatever food. So I just said, just go to your clinic this week. Whatever you counsel about food, write it down, 600 to 1,000 words, and we'll make it into a column. We will pay you, and please just write about whatever foods. And it was a terrible failure, I have to say. Not one of those 15 Vaidyas could write properly. They could not. So I said to them, wait, you must be counseling your patients about food, so just write about the food that you're counseling. For a diabetic person, about sugar, or about ghee, or some panaka, or some whatever it is, just write about it. They could not write about how to counsel food. And it was a big lesson for me because these were some very gifted young Vaidyas. And I have to say that I'm still struggling with how to be counseled for food. I will also say that wherever I have done Panchakarma as a patient, the last part of it where they tell you your discharge instructions and they give you your medicines and they give you your instructions, I have never understood what they are saying to me about the food. I cannot understand what they are saying, and they are not clear. They don't give recipes. They don't talk about what they want. And there's a big, what we say, lacuna of that conversation that needs to happen between Vaidyas and patients. And I will tell you, it's probably because the young Vaidyas don't learn it properly, which is why we're not doing it properly. So I actually have learned how to do it, and I welcome all of you to think about it as a positive movement for this session about foods. How will you actually counsel your patients every day when you go to clinic, whatever it is about food? Please, and I'm available for the next couple of days, please come and talk with me about it, because I think it's urgent that you do it. And if you don't, we're going in the direction of the FSS and everything that's happening that Dr. Madhuri talked about. GMO foods and Ayurvedic doctors just staying quiet about it. It's imperative that you learn how to speak this language that sirs spoke on the stage, but do it in a practical way for everyday patients. Thank you.
Now, lastly, Dr. Nambi, and then we have to close the session.
In continuation with what Rahul mentioned, what I want to say is that fundamentally a doctor's duty and a patient responsibility, this is very important. It is not one-side act. So far even food is concerned, it is both duty and responsibility sharing is very vital for getting a better pathya or better hita, better things are there. To that point, I want to say you from the beginning what I told. You know, I just give a quick example. When our cat or a dog fallen sick, immediately they will stop eating. Even if we have a small baby, they immediately stop eating because very clear, classically Ayurvedic text says, Chayo vritti sodam neva pradvesho vriddhi hedushu. Pradvesho vriddhi hedushu. Aversion towards the pradvesha, dvesha of vriddhi hedushu. But when we become adult, we really become the slave of our own tongue and we take all the things. From there, we have to start. That's the point where we have to start. Whenever we get a diseased person, we probably have to retrospect the person's point where he feels his own choices. And he has to have a retrospection to identify what is like and what is this, our priya and apriya. Then we have to process on the next step like pathya, hita, etc. in a successive way in a given situation. And very interestingly, even in many of the classical books, they have described these type of things in a very simple, very natural way too. For example, there is a book in Kerala called Chikitsa Manjari. In that, in the Prameha, in the last, a beautiful poem is there in Malayalam. Puvan Padam Prathukam Appa Madacha Tenya. So in the last they says, Varjikya Sarva Mashanam Cha Vidahi Kandam Tal Chama Chembukadi Oditharangal. That means that you avoid some of the things very commonly seen in day-to-day life, including what has been put as Tal Tama Chemba. These are some leafy vegetables. What it means to say is that in this session, what we want to communicate is that whenever the situation comes, there is a responsibility from the personal level, also from the patient level, to identify what is right and what is wrong. And then if there is no possibility to get the ideal food, then we have the options of packed food, then we have, even in that packed food, we should create our own criteria based on our own situations, dosham, dusham, whatever the criteria. Then only we can proceed with that. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. So now we're going to get to a conclusion. I want to thank you very much, all the classic panelists, all the contemporary panelists. I hope you all enjoyed. We had this very good debate with the food. Everybody now knows what's convenient and what's good for you. The difference is very clear. So we have to make our good choices when we leave this room, okay? Sometimes it's convenient, but most of the times is what's healthy. Thank you all very much. I'm going to give the word for you.
All asleep? How many of you are asleep in the back? You didn't clap at all. So gaya kya? Are you guys sleeping?
Namaste everyone. We had a knowledgeable, enriching session on is processed and packaged food Ayurvedic. Both the sides had shared their expanded views on the topic, and I hope respected scholars and our delegates got some answers and some topics to ponder upon. All of their Purva Paksh, where they share their views in detail, will be available for the participants on the website of the event for watching anytime. We want to sincerely apologize for any kind of inconveniences that you felt during the session in the name of a good Tadvidya Sambhashya. Now we would have the pleasure to honor each of the panelists for sharing with us their knowledge, opinion and insights. I would like to call upon Ranjit Puranik sir on this stage with a huge round of applause to felicitate the participants. Dr. Ranjit Puranik sir is the Chief Executive of Shri Dhoot Papeshwar Limited, one of the oldest Ayurvedic pharmacies in India. Wants this to change, and he is pursuing for a regulatory framework and database that track the origins of all Ayurvedic drugs. As he couldn't join us for the yesterday session, I deeply thank him to join for the today's session, and I hope he enjoyed the session. I would like him to felicitate the participants. Dr. Mukund Sambins. Okay. Yeah. Vedya Narayan Nambi. Dr. Rahul Nair. Dr. Siby Chiramel. Dr. Bhaswati Bhattacharya. Vedya Rama Prasad. Dr. Shubhangee Satam. Let's give a huge round of applause for Miss Claudine Franco, session chair, for directing the session on the right track as required. Now I invite Dr. Karan Lakhani for keeping the session interesting with an amazing flow which concluded smoothly. I would like Dr. Ranjit sir to stay on stage and give us few words of wisdom to the students.
You, I think they would be tired, no? No, see, most of these topics, I mean, I first compliment the organizers because this could be a very boring, dry topic also. But the manner in which it was researched, the manner in which there were pointed questions, the manner in which the panel was chosen, the traditional and the contemporary, you could see the kind of homework that has been done, even in the choice of topics. And substantial amount of, I mean, you know, I'm part of regulatory environment. I'm in the industry. Over the years, a lot of all of these things rub onto us. But even as a layperson, even as a student, I am sure this session would have shed a tremendous amount of light on the complexities of how Ayurveda is trying to fit itself in something called a food opportunity. So the kind of complications, challenges that we have to tackle. There are practitioners amongst us who have certainly taken home the message that even in a session, if they're doing 40 or 50 patients, today it may not be with the in-depth dietary and lifestyle advice. So the kind of upgrade that even clinical practice within the country needs to go through is something that I'm sure has been realized in this entire session. Friends, you must understand at the end of it, whether it's the contemporary side or whether it's the classical side, at some juncture, all of them were talking of Ayurveda basic principles. And throughout your entire careers, throughout the ensuing 50 years, the golden period for India, which will also define the next 1,000 years for mankind, right? All of this kind of challenges and the great commercial boom that will follow, commerce, money, and all of that kind of success has a way of mutilating basic principles. So that's something that I would make this very earnest plea to all of you. At any point of time, if you are a practitioner with basic principles intact, trust me, success, name, fame, all kinds of wealth will follow you. You don't need to chase it. And these next 50 years are truly going to be defining, because most of our young friends here are going to be globe-trotting practitioners. Nambi, your generation, Rama and your seniors have been torchbearers. You have taken Ayurveda elsewhere. But this generation that's going to be here are probably going to have clinics in 20 countries. And they're not going to practice as health coaches. They're not going to practice as dietitians or dietary advisors or lifestyle advisors. They're actually going to be full-fledged doctors authorized to practice. And I can see this happening. And this is going to happen. So I would I would, I would really urge you to stick with this interest that you have in basic principles, refine them, hone them. Whilst the panel discussion is going on, we have very, very senior doctors sitting around us who are quickly referring to the granthas. Even on stage, I could see all of you refer to the granthas and try to go back to see whether they missed any nuance. Now, this is how connected one has to be with this entire Shastra. Because in every context, there's a new learning, there's a new revelation, and yes, experience says it all. So yes, this is wishing all of you, and I think in everything that I said just now, I also certainly said that, people like myself probably have 10 more years of activity. We have great expectations from you. So, the life of our gurus went into fighting for an identity. Our lifetimes have probably gone or will go into defining this identity. But you would have to bring forth the entire prosperity. And that's good for society. So I think this is the particular moment in time that we are all today poised in, and nothing like being original. As we were 3,000 years ago is the way we are today. It's an amazing kind of claim, and I think we need to be a continuum to this entire tradition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So please remain on the stage. So thank you for the words of wisdom for our student delegates over here. And as you could not join us yesterday for the session, we are very glad you are here today. So I would request Vedya Narayanan Nambi sir to felicitate you. We would like all the participants and the session chair and the student moderator to come on the stage for the group photo.
Namaste, Shrimans and Shrimatis. After having a wonderful session on processed and packed Ayurveda food, let us continue with another session. I know there are back-to-back sessions, but I assure you that the satsang will be very interesting, very excited on Ayurveda Emergency Yatra. Citing the quotation from Atharva Ved, "Do not fear, you won't die. We will save your life." Also, there's the reference in Ashtang Hriday Uttar Tantra 44/74, which says that it can save the life of a person from the nose of death by various methods. So let's begin with that session. Over to you, Roshni.
I take immense pleasure to convey about a renowned physician, Dr. Mail Walkley, sir, who is a practitioner of Western medicine over years in emergency medicine in a quest of searching emergency approach in Ayurveda, initiated the seedling of this wonderful Ayu and emergency yatra. It was tremendous journey of sir with his crew members With continuous perseverance, connecting the numerous parts of India over 15 years of intense search, we are very proud to welcome you, sir, along with your team to address the gathering at Ayu and Emergency Yatra. I say this will be an into and more interactive session, opening our mind to different perspective. We welcome you, sir. I welcome the team Ayu Emergency Yatra to the stage.
Pradesh ji, you need to come with us. Yes, please. Enough camera here. Please. Please. Take a chair.
This is for the discussion. Will be for the discussion. We will go down. But I made a PPT. He made a PPT of what points.
It's okay. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I think we are all here because of one person, Guruji, Padma Shri Bihar Krishna Kumarji. My pranams to him. And everyone, I think almost everyone here is linked through him. So this project, Ayu Emergency Care Project, is now alive because of him. And it is a collective project. We are more than 15 people, only 7 here, but the rest are connected with us. And we just came back from a yatra, 23 or 24 days of journey, pan-India, almost 7 states. But I realized this conversation creates a new yatra in the same place. So we are happy to do a second yatra now with all these people, all this Vedya, and very, very nice. Very happy to be here now. So what we have lived during 24 days, it's not yet digested. So we just arrived 2-3 days back. And the purpose of this project and yatra is in three directions. One is on training, how to train students and Vedya in emergency with Ayurveda. The second point is how to develop an ecosystem for research to implement management of emergency through Ayurveda. And the last point is how to create a healthy cooperation to treat emergency or critical case with another medical system. So we tried to work on it, but we are just triggering the Ayurvedic community to give your opinion, your suggestion, because we have no answers. But all this group of Vedyas or students can really help to build these answers, and we are just at the introduction of the project. I will let my colleague to introduce the yatra, Dr. Skantesh ji.
Good evening all. So the Ayu Emergency Yatra is being conceptualized based on the thinking that how the knowledge dissemination has actually happened in the in Ayurveda or in the context of India. I think we can see that many transformation, whether it is political, spiritual, in the landscape of India has taken place through the journey that has taken. Whether even our freedom movement also has that kind of background. So, and even our major Samhitas has written as part of journeys and discussion that takes place beyond of space and time. So we thought that in order to conceive the idea, in order to sensitize the Ayurveda community regarding incorporating a potential of Ayurveda in emergency care, it also requires a dynamic process in order to sensitize it. So we thought that a model of journey will be an appropriate kind of a thing, because journey is all about a dynamic process, all about uncertainty, all about chaos. So we begin with the yatra and we try to see that we have a diversity of team ourselves and diversity of experience they bring with us. So we can see that people from the nanoscience background, people from traditional Ayurveda background with the textual knowledge, and people who are working as clinicians, people who are in the public health, people who are in, next slide please. Yeah, people who are into clinical research, people who are in the research ethics, and this kind of diversity of background has brought many richness to our idea and even what we are actually intended to communicate. So you can go to the next slide. Yeah. So you can see the team. Next slide. So this is the major timeline of the project. So the project actually started from the inspiration from the great Krishnakumar ji. Then there was a need assessment study has been done, and there was a national webinar. So that webinar helped us to locate the major emergency practices existing throughout the countries and major practitioners who are into emergency. And it also reveals some of the aspects that exist in the academies, like students' needs, and they are actually interested to undergo the rigorous emergency care training in order to enhance their competency. And the participants actually feel that Ayurveda has a role in emergency care. So that actually reinforced what we were thinking in order to propagate our views and the vision of the project. And the AECLS course. So in this country, currently 2 types of emergency training are available. One is regarding basic care and life support, and another is emergency care and life support. So this emergency care life support, which has 9 kind of systemic based emergencies like cardiac, respiratory, toxicology and all, that is limited to biomedical doctors. So if an Ayurveda doctor needs those kind of a training, now with the current context of India, it is very difficult to access those kind of training and to build a competency based on that. So we thought that to build Ayurveda community as part of rescue chain is important in order to, in the future, to make Ayurveda incorporate into the emergency care as part of the healthcare. So it needs to be bring a standard training first. Then we have to see how Ayurvedic context can be bring into the training. So emergency care life support training will become Ayurveda emergency care life support training. Then we can see how the practices can be incorporated, how we can assess the evidence available, and we can see how mutually the guidelines can be established. So these are the things that we feel as part of the future of this project or something. So the integral part is we are trying to sensitize the Ayurveda community, Ayurveda domain, and Ayurveda practitioners regarding what they can actually get benefit out of this emergency care life support training. So we see that there's specifically two areas. One is regarding the competency building, and second, it can save the Ayurveda practitioners in handling emergency in the regulatory framework. Because we also see in the COVID times that when Ayurveda taken into the managing COVID pandemic, there was an important question from the regulatory framework and legal framework. What is the competency of an Ayurveda professionals in order to handle the healthcare emergency or the emergency condition? So we thought that the standard training that is available as emergency care life support can safeguard an Ayurveda physician to establish his safety and regulatory safeguarding also, so that it may enable Ayurveda professionals in the future to enter into emergency, engage with the health emergencies, and to bring out the Ayurveda interventions in all those contexts. Next slide. So you can see the landscape of this. We started from Coimbatore and we traveled to Muniyal, we traveled to Manipal and Puttur, and back to Manipal, then to Pune and Goa, and Jamnagar, Jaipur, Delhi to Varanasi. So we tried to engage with private institutions and public institutions, health clinics of independent Vaidya. So we tried to have a diversity of participation throughout this yatra. Next slide. So these are the objectives which I have already put forward. So one of the important objective of this yatra is to sensitize the importance of standard emergency care life support training, which can be appropriate in the context of Ayurveda, like Ayurveda emergency care life support, and to bring an ecosystem of research. So ecosystem of a research is very important, because we can establish diversity of participation, different methodologies, the way of engaging and means of knowing can be appropriated in the way of Ayurveda. And so as part of that, in this yatra, we tried to have a different kind of documentation with engaging, like a video documentation based on perception of different participation and all. So we also tried to see how a network can be built. So yesterday, Prasad sir and Kishorji was mentioning about how to bring in consensus in Ayurveda. So I think we have taken up that, and to see how a network can be built in the context of IU emergency, and how a consensus can be built in approaching emergency through Ayurveda. So I think we try to engage those problems in the primary way, like to build a network and to how a consensus and a standard kind of approach can be built. So these are the things you can see. Next slide, please. So these are the long-term vision. So you can see the multidisciplinary cooperation and evidence-based guidelines, which is appropriated in the context of Ayurveda. These are the major kind of long-term vision of the project. Last slide, please. Yeah, so these are our social media handles. So you can get more updated information regarding the Yatra and project. So what was another interesting point is that when we approached a politician who used to advise us, and who used to we supposed to get his advice around the yatra. So suddenly he asked Dr. Mail that, where are you going to do the yatra? How many persons are with you? So Mail's answer was, we have 10 people. So he was very, he was telling that he was very unfortunate to hear that we have only 10 people. And he was asked where you are going to do the rally and where is your flags and all. Because the politician was expecting this IU emergency yatra as similar to his leader Rahul Gandhi was conducting Bharat Jodo Yatra. But taking the inspiration from him, we realized that this Ayur Emergency Yatra need to be transformed as Ayurveda Jodo Yatra. So to beyond of all kind of discriminations and that has been created part of history, we try to join all the networks, all the dots in order to bring back that need to be contribute Ayurveda into the emergency care. So we strongly believe that with all your cooperation, we can make it as an Ayurveda Jodo project and further in the Ayurveda Jodo Yatra as well. Thank you.
We can see the video from Vashist, Vedya Vashist, who helped us to create an animation. So with this, we can present what happened during the yatra. And after this, we can talk about what are the outputs of this yatra. So this yatra is really a beginning. So now still we are in yatra. And I hope we will not finish this yatra until we have an answer how we can treat emergency through Ayurveda with a proper syllabus, with proper publication. But for this, we need all of you. So during the yatra, we met many Vaidyas who has extensive practice in Ayurveda and treating very difficult case, emergency case, critical care. So it is happening today in India in many places. So the second point, it was to sensitize people, to try to change something in the mind of everyone thinking Ayurveda, it's only for chronic disease. This, I think, has to be changed first if we want to succeed this project. If everyone thinks, oh no, go to a multi-speciality for an emergency, Ayurveda cannot answer to this, we will fail. So it is a question of how to decolonize our mind, how to change the beliefs, the societal belief, but even in Ayurveda community, I think this belief is strong. So to start to understand how it is difficult to decolonize our mind, we can do many exercises. One can be, we have a stage and you are here, but in fact, we are all on the same level. And if now we can all stand up and try to make a circle in the middle with the chair and always come there. If we only us do it, we cannot succeed. If everyone move a little, in 1 minute, we have a circle in the center. We need help now. Almost 20 seconds. We need to make a circle with the chair. Everyone take a chair and turn the chair. In few seconds, it can happen. But this is the very difficult task to change. One circle here, like this. Yes, almost done. And because it is a very big center, we can sit here. Please, who want can sit on the floor and the other can be on the seat. Please, come in the center. We are too far. And I think for us, conversation is more easy now. Everyone can express and say what for you is emergency with Ayurveda. Do you feel confident to treat emergency with Ayurveda? So Dr. Rishi or Vedya Rishi will start to share a little what we have taken back from this yatra, and it is expected not just to take this information, but we need your reaction, we need your suggestion. We can only grow with it, because what we try to do is to answer your doubts. So if we create a training, it has to fit your needs. If we need to publish some case on different situations, it's, I hope, your cases. And if we want to talk to the policymaker to change things, to update the law to cover your activity, we need to know on what you are afraid to share this with the institutions.
So one of the primary factors or motivational reasons behind this whole yatra, and the reason, in fact, why our beloved Guruji Krishnamaji initiated this project is it's not just mere education. It's not just to educate. I mean, what makes this different from any other seminar or webinar or conference where you're talking about Ayurveda and its application in emergency. It's not just about education that we're talking about, not just sensitization. It's, I believe, and not just that, it's not my belief, it's the feeling that all of us hold here. It's a matter of dignity and self-respect. As an allopathic practitioner, not me, but for the allopathic practitioner who has just finished the graduation and comes out of an institute, they have no worry about the security, job security. They don't have any dirt regarding the concept of confidence. They are confident that they can survive in society. They know that they will have a well-thriving job and a well-thriving life after they come out. But is this the same case with us Ayurveda practitioners? No, we don't. Even if we are confident in our knowledge and our skills, we do not have the self-security of survival in the society around us. Because we know that once you come out of your education, either you'll have to work in an institute or elsewhere. So that's to be honest, that's primarily the reason why 90% of us do an MD, is to get a job. It's a job security. Else you know that you cannot stand alone in the society, not because of your lack of skill, but because of the way the society is structured around us. So the whole point and purpose of this yatra is to, in fact, uplift this whole community. Because one primary factor where we always take a hit whenever we try to talk about the science, the research, anything, how much ever evidence that you try and prove towards the Western community, our counterpart, they always ask one crucial point that hits us right in the navel, below our belt. This is the question of, do you have emergency? We have emergency. Do you have it? You know, they see our system of medicine as a system of folk medicine, a system of herbal medicine, something that works on chronic conditions in the long term. But there is this question of emergency. And this plays a big role because this shows that we lack, at least according to their mindset, that we lack a scientificity to our science, that we don't have a logical and rationality. It's just herbs that we're giving and that just seems to work. So the whole purpose of this yatra, this whole purpose of this whole project is to stand strong on this one crucial point that you cannot be beaten on. If we can show, which we are in fact trying our best to, and when we are in the next stage, we're trying to work on creating protocols, but we have documented plenty of evidence, plenty of cases. There's enough proof right now in our hand to show that yes, we are strong on the emergency front. And it's not just the cases and the documentation of the clinical cases. We have a rationality to it. We have a science behind it. This, if I believe, we all stand together, and if we all stand together in this front, we will rise as a society. Because how much ever, of course, there is no question of comfort. The science, the Shastra, I believe, and I have experienced it, it takes care of you. You believe in it, and it really does take care of you. Your livelihood is taken care of. But are we living with dignity? Honestly, just a raise of hands. How many of you really feel that you can walk out in the society with your heads up as a dignified Ayurvedic practitioner? Any hands? Exactly. There are few of you who have that self-confidence within that doesn't give a damn about what others think. But most of us, 99% of us, don't have that confidence within us to raise our heads strong. So if we can stand strong on this front as a community, I believe this will uplift the community itself. And each practitioner who comes out in the society after their graduation doesn't have to worry about confidence, doesn't have to worry about security, because all that we are worried about is building the security that we waste our entire life in. This is exactly why our science hasn't progressed. We are so concerned with our survival, not because of our selfish needs, because that's how the society around us is constructed, that our entire life goes into our survival, and there is no progress of the science. So where exactly are we standing? Nowhere. We're neither going forward, nor are we exactly moving backward. We're just stagnated as we are. So if, and only if we do rise up as a community of practitioners, will this science progress forward. And I believe that this is the whole real motive behind this project. So we have a little PowerPoint that gives a little summary of what all we have undergone, the progress that we have had in our yatra, and what we are looking forward towards.
Actually, we have conducted sensitization workshop in many of these institutions, many of these primary institutions, and also almost in 18 institutions, in private institutions and in main colleges, we have conducted sensitization workshops and also other sessions. And we have documented and talked with many of those students which are in these colleges. And we had almost more than 500 participants across more than 7 states. And we had one-on-one interviews, and we had talked with the Vaidyas who are practicing emergency management in those particular areas. We invited them, and we had also gone to their institution and documented all those evidences. And we have collected those evidences, and we'll help them to publish it or be available for further Vaidyas, new Vaidyas who are really interested also. So establishing Ayu emergency network comprised of Ayurveda physicians. So we have also talked with also biomedical doctors, and a eminent doctor in our team is Dr. Ashwath Rao. Dr. Ashwath Rao has been practicing emergency medicine during COVID in ICU. So this has been a lot of inspiration for many. And if a biomedical doctor can introduce Ayurveda in an ICU, why can't an Ayurveda student or Ayurveda doctor cannot do it? So this, and we have a variety of the team from nanoscience, biomedical, and Ayurveda, and different kinds of, from different backgrounds, we have the team which we are in. So we had collaborated with 9 institutions that have been established in all over 7 states, which includes All India Institute of Ayurveda, Goa. So we launched 2 Ayu emergency-based campaigns on the Yatra, and we had official endorsement from the Ministry of Ayush, and Ministry of Ayush has supported us in every ways with logo and also the others. We had met Koteja sir in Delhi. So this is a photo of the Ayu emergency team with Dr. Koteja sir. So the perspective of the plan is to frame publication and distribution of the comprehensive Ayu emergency guidelines to all practicing physicians. So we had traveled all over the India and collected these evidences. So these should be available to the other Vaidyas who are interested in practicing emergency medicine. So we also developed conducting a training module for the AECLS workshop. So that is on Ayu emergency team. So this training, we have gained insight on how to build this module, and this and the final summary of all the Yatra will be finally be published in an Ayu emergency Yatra, a conference summary book that will be published in many scientific conferences. So we had collaborations with many ICU units in allopathic and Ayurveda setup with Ayu emergency ICU team. So many of the hospitals are interested in collaborating and supporting with the ICU setups. So and empowerments of Vaidya in the cooperative mode of emergency intervention.
So we have a great Vidya with us. We met during the Yatra, Dr. Piyush. I would like, if yes, I would like him to give some feedback from his experience. And for me, it was the first time I really heard he shared his experience on how to manage pain through Ayurveda. And I think it can open a lot of possibilities to all of us. So if you can have a small thought on it.
Thank you. First of all, Dr. Muli, Dr. Sankatesh, and excellent team you have as far as our emergency Yatra is concerned. I appreciate all of you for the efforts you are doing. I think this is the first time in our country, in my last 17 years of experience, and 17 plus 5.5, 22.5 years when I entered into Ayurveda. So I'm seeing first time in my life. So thank you so much for doing this. So all of you are very excited to understand that we can handle emergency in Ayurveda, but how? As a student, you need to understand and take it forward. So emergency is what? Like when you are dealing emergency, it's a kind of a war. It's a kind of a battle. It's a kind of an emergency. So you have to your kavacha with you, you have your astra with you, and you have to know the skill how to implement those astras, and including the brahmastra. So that concept you need to first of all be very very clear. Kavacha is your knowledge you will inherit from your college and the experience you have. Knowledge in terms of the medicines, knowledge in terms of the skills, knowledge in terms of the legalities, all these knowledges you should have. That will be your coverage, because if you are dealing emergency, if you are dealing without consent, that is very risky for you, and that can breach your coverage and can hurt you. So very very clear about that. And if it comes to Ayurveda, it's very very simple. In 2016, Ministry of Ayush has released a list known as Schedule E1. So if you refer to that Schedule E1 list, you will get to know that 50% of emergencies, or maybe 70 to 80% of emergencies, you can handle with those medicines listed in Schedule E1. I will give you a couple of examples. So if you talk about one emergency at each and every stage of our life, we experience, that is pain. Any form of acute pain is an emergency to any one of us. I have a important meeting or exam, or I have acute migraine or headache, and I can't sit for that exam. That is an emergency for me as a student. I'm having acute pain as far as my first day of menstrual cycle is concerned, and I'm not able to perform my day-to-day tasks. That is again an acute condition to any female in this world, and so on so forth. So many acute pain. And the top 10 painkillers of this world, most of them are either synthetic or natural derivatives of opium, opioids, and that means ahifen or afim, mentioned 5,000 years ago in our Sanhitas. And that is the first the first number on that list of Schedule E1 is afim, right? And the second is cannabis. So again, cannabis is being used across the world. We have talked that in yesterday's session, so I will not touch in detail. My point is Agatantra, Ras Shastra, Schedule E1 list, Panchkarma. If you are really enable and skilled to perform those kind of vastis and nasyas where you can handle emergencies as well. Mam Chikitsa Agni Karma. So these are the some skills and some medicines and some herbs where you should focus if you want to be an emergency practitioner in Ayurveda. If you are very very good in that, Ras Shastra is excellent. You should read exhaustively Ras Shastra, and you should practice Ras Shastra along with Kashta Aushadhis and Panchkarma, which I think in many southern India is now picking up. It was not that much earlier, but now it is picking up, and thanks to the current faculty. So please follow that. So that is your kavacha. The knowledge you are inheriting of these is kavacha. Then shastra is again from these ingredients. You have to select your shastra. Each one of you will not be able to be an excellent marma expert, so that you can just apply your hand and within seconds the pain is gone. Or you are just good with your shalaka and you are doing agni karma, and within seconds the pain is gone. But many of you can develop that skill. But until or unless you're not developing that skill, do not implement that astra or that shastra in your practice, because without perfect skill and without proper skill, and if you are doing improper way in terms of marma and agni karma or any form of skill related Ayurveda outcomes or main comes, that can harm patient as well. So please have good in your skill in your implementation, and then definitely you can practice. And prior to that, as I said yesterday also, start from the basic. Start from the basic knowledge of, are there any proprietary or patent formulations which we can deal with emergency? Step 1. Then step 2, go to the classical fundamentals of Ras Shastra and Bhashajya Kalpana, and then understand. Step 3, go to the Atha Mahasagar of Charak, Sushruta and Vangbata to understand what they conveyed about emergency and how we can implement in our patients. So that should be your levels of getting knowledge from this entire Mahasagar of Ayurveda, because it's not that easy to go into that fundamentals from the first level. If you are exceptional, if your IQ is one of the highest level, you can directly understand the complexities of Charak, Sushruta and Vangbat for your clinical practice. I'm not saying academic, I'm not saying in any other way. It's just as a practitioner, if you are dealing maybe 30 to 40 or 50 cases in a day, you have to be very, very sharp, very, very focused about the fundamentals which are mentioned in Charak, Sushruta and Vangbad to apply to that each and every patient you are seeing at your clinic. I am just 0.1% to that right now with 17 years of experience. So you can understand right? So please be confident. First of all, be clear with your legalities. Nobody will catch you in terms of any regulatory. If you are practicing the authentic medicines with the approved like indications with all the department, the respective state departments are approving. So you are not supposed to have, by the way, the raw material in terms of bhanga in your clinic, but you can have medicines of cannabis in your clinic. You are not supposed to have afim as a raw material in your clinic, but you can have medicines having ahifen or afim if it has been approved. Definitely for that, sometimes in some states you have to obtain the narcotics license. Why not? You can obtain, but in some states you are not supposed to. If you are just an Ayurveda, there is a checklist. So you have an Ayurveda degree, you have a registration, you have your sales and purchase, I repeat, you have your sales and purchase bills of those medicines, you have consent, and you have prescription of the patient. That's it. Consent is also not required into day-to-day practice, but if you are doing emergency, definitely have your consent. So this is your checklist. If you are fulfilling your checklist, then nobody will have an issue. We have been audited 4 times by narcotics, and the first time when narcotics inspector came to our clinic, he was in a mindset that I will catch you and I will take you to bar because you are practicing some narcotics drugs. I said, boss, wait, I am an Ayurveda doctor, and whatever medicines I am practicing are being approved and being issued by our respective state directorates and departments, and these are the approval letters. This is my degree, this is my registration, and this is my sales and purchase bills, and these are my prescriptions. All the Schedule 11 medicines, our staff is trained to have prescriptions in our clinic. Then he was satisfied and he had a cup of tea with me, and he also requested some of issues he is having for those medicines. So that is the level you have to practice in the field, and you have to be confident that these regulators definitely will understand. If you are confident and if you are clear what you are doing, do not do any unethical practice in terms of narcotics or in terms of, these are very sensitive herbs and sensitive, by the way, medicines. So please be very sensible, please be very ethical, but always have control on that in your practice. So thank you so much. Any further questions? I am here today and tomorrow also, so we can discuss during dinner and tomorrow as well. Thank you so much, and thank you again for this excellent yatra. Please continue this in any form. Our platform is already there, Indian Vadyas, so we offer you to be available there as well on regular basis, and please enlighten all of them. Thank you. And by the way, just last thing, how many you are right now here? Maybe they are here from local, so maybe maximum of you are aware, but how many of you know CPR? Because I have seen that in one of the premium institute, I don't want to name that right now, but I have seen that so many students there were not able to do CPR. They were not aware about CPR. So please be aware about these basic things which a pharmacist or a nurse or sometimes a layman can do as well, which we as a doctor are not able to understand. So please, I think, how many of you are aware about CPR, by the way? How many of you can do CPR? How many of you can do CPR? Great. Good number here, I think. Excellent. Thank you.
Much better. Please.
So thank you. It's a great thing you're doing, very exciting. I just heard about it. I'm sorry we really missed you. We are just 2 kilometers from the All India Institute of Ayurveda. I would like to invite you. We have a network of 80 clinics all over India. And if you can also train something through telemedicine, we have 350 Vaidyas working in Jiva. So next time I invite you, please, you can do a Jiva Yatra all over India. And I'm really very happy to see this kind of initiative. I know it takes a lot of effort and a lot of dedication, because the way I have built my practice over the years, I know how it is done. So please keep it up. I am with you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We are more and more confident because we met many Vaidya like you, like Dr. Piyush, like Dr. Anush Jain, like Dr. Ramnikan Patel. And they treat emergency case with much confidence, and they document everything in a very good manner. So we can compile all this knowledge and try to bring to Ayurveda community, to all of you, but we will need help. If you do a PG, if you do a thesis, try to find a good subject who help your community, not just help the other system to extract your knowledge. So this, we are very confident and thank you very much to be there.
So, one of the important milestone that we have achieved through this yatra is maybe that was like a dream for us. So one of the reputed university in South India, Manipal University, there we had an open discussion from their allopathic side and especially with their emergency medicine team regarding scope of integrated Ayurveda in the ICUs. So it's not just like chronic disease treatment. It was like how we can actually bring down some scope of Ayurveda in specific domain. And the concluding remark of the professor was like enlightening. He was telling that in the near future, we have to establish critical care unit in Ayurveda. So that was like a kind of a dream moment for us. And to add on with, now I think Sir was now requesting us to have a Jiva Yatra. So one of the interesting perspective of Yatra that we actually experienced that we had an engagement with one of the reputed Vaidya from Rajasthan. He was serving in many major positions. So after having an interview with him, he had a very important question to Dr. Mayal. His question was, Dr. Mayal, are you working somewhere or roaming with these fellows? That has removed his whole reputation itself, no? So I think after Jiva Yatra, I think we have to take the Yatra as our major profession in the life, I guess. So the perception of Yatra, now I think we have, tried to have that as a model in order to, rather than having a seminar or a particular place. Even our resource person, maybe Dr. Anuj Jain would be saying, he was our resource person. We have invited him to where we are staying. And the day of, actually he was wearing a coat and everything as like a resource person. And we didn't get a vehicle to, go up to AA. So we took an auto and the auto had an accident and he was there with us. And after reaching there, we all were full of sweating and, we had the luggage and people were not able to distinguish who is the organizer, who is the resource person, who are we. And they all had the question when we are going to Dr. Mayal, how you find these people? So that was an interesting kind of a thing that we first ever may encounter with that we used to hear. And on the second day, Dr. Anuj Jain had thought that he does not need this coat and all, and he simply came with his shirt. So this is the thing that we also try to experience, that there was no hierarchy, like we are sitting in a circular position. So that crossing in hierarchy, engaging with these power domains is very important. Even in the research, now we are talking about the circular model of evidence rather than hierarchical. So I think we used to also disseminate these kind of engagement, even decolonization. So we will be having an interesting, that presentation also there, no?
We have no time for this, but next.
Yeah. So we used to have this decolonization, how to decolonize ourselves. So one of the important thing that we used to hear that in the CPR, if you are seeing the standard model of CPR that is being endorsed in US and UK, you can see in Western music that is being played on the background in order to get the rhythm. So yeah, so can you play that video?
My name is Vinnie Jones, and I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. There are times in life when being tough comes in handy. Say some geezer collapses in front of you. What do? We need a volunteer that ain't breathing. Here's one I made earlier. First thing you do is you check him over. If he ain't responsive or he ain't breathing, or he's making noises like this, then his heart will stop working, he's having a cardiac arrest. Look lively. First call 999, then you do hands-only CPR, and no kissing. You only kiss your missus on the lips. Watch, lock your fingers together, knuckles up, then push down, right on the sovereign. Push down 5 or 6 centimeters. That's about 2 inches in old money. Push hard and fast, about 2 times a second, like to the beat of staying alive. Worried you're alerting? Better a cracked rib than him kicking the bucket. Keep this up till the ambulance arrives. So don't forget,
we can stop
check him
now.
over. Call 999, push hard and fast.
We can
to stay
stop the
alive.
video, please.
It works. Hands only CPR.
Can we stop the video?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is the thing that is being played. So we try to see how a decolonization process can be built. So we thought that an Desi music can be as a background, so that the rhythm will be also, in the context of doing CPR. So we were thinking about a very familiar music which can be connect with all Indians, devoid of age and language. And so preliminarily we thought that this music can be as a preliminary, then we can think about another music. So I think our friend Bharadwaj has actually, he has composed that in an instrumental way. So I request everybody to stand up and to just do a CPR so that we can have a Desi music CPR, and we'll try to do it, okay? So any guess? What can be the music? Any guess? So please put your hands. So it's a Desi music CPR. Can you play the music? It will take a little time, I think. Yeah.
Jaya 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 Jaya
Thank you. So we launched this as a campaign as part of Yatra in Jamnagar. So we have to decolonize in this, I think, the discourses further in all possible way. Thank you for participating in this. Yeah. And I thank my friend Bharadwaj.
Yes, thank you, Bharadwaj. One applause. Thank you very much. So this video from American Heart Association is played almost everywhere in India and in the world, in France too. We have to make it. You have Bollywood, we have Tamil, Tollywood, and you can make it. You have to take it and appropriate this. In the same way, emergency management, it is not allopathic. 80% of the management of an emergency, it's common sense. And act in the good time, in the good way. Then the drug is 20% of the treatment. So you have to take it for you and make it yours. And you can translate or explain or translate in your terminology all the emergency condition with Sanskrit terminology. Then you have the chikitsa directly. So, and this is your syllabus. So this we have to build it with a lot of experts, but you can contribute too.
So we can have, we can have their questions and queries also. Now, like they can also
Yes,
discuss.
it
They
is
can
very important
also
now.
participate. So if all of you
Please.
can raise queries, questions, so we can have some discussion now. Thank you.
Mike here. Make it turn, and when it stops.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I think I'm having a practice of 20 plus years, and emergency for me is when we stuck or we refer a patient to ICU. And the big problem is, I don't think so. Like, according to my knowledge, no Ayurvedic college is having monitoring system. When monitoring system is not there, we cannot go for prognosis. When I am prescribing Baruhatma Vat Chintamani to a patient or a stroke patient, when I am giving a Nasya treatment, in so many patients, like in COVID patients, when SpO2 is gone up and all that things, where was there, like in that prognosis, how can we go for research papers, articles?
So we met different institutions, and many of them are going to build ICU soon. So in NIA, there is a room with 15 ventilators ready. Now they try to build it and to see in which way they can open it. But do Ayurvedic doctors are ready to work in ICU?
Adding to the same point, we don't have any study which they are having emergency medicines like adrenaline and all that things that which they are giving IV. Okay, so what will be the synergistic effect of Brihatpat Chintamani with adrenaline? We don't have any study. I will going to go with that. Do you came across with these situations when you said that we met so many doctors who are handling this thing? So did they monitor? Did they having any articles or anything?
I see.
That is
This
my
is,
concern.
it's a good question,
Because,
but
yeah, see, when you are talking about dignity, yeah, I don't feel that what you can say. When I refer my patient to ICU and that ICU just passed MBBS student or a MD student asking me, you're an Ayurvedic this one doctor and your patient is there, oh, you must be giving some basmas and all that things. This is what I experienced.
I understand.
And we need ICUs. We
Yes.
need ICUs in Ayurveda hospitals with the help of MBBS doctors.
Exact.
Emergency.
That cooperation.
There is one question. Are you treating acute cases or seriously emergency, that cardiac, surgical, in Ayurvedic perspective?
This is the question. What is emergency? I had almost 10 years in emergency department. The vital emergency treated in emergency department are 3 to 5%. Every fever is an emergency for a mom, a mother. It can be an emergency, and they come to emergency department. So we treat more emergency feeling by the patient than real vital emergency. So I think for the society, they don't care. For them, they want an answer to an emergency.
We are doing just pain management, I think.
Not only. Any traumatology, it's an emergency. So emergency is it's very vast. So I think in your practice, you deal with a lot of emergencies, but you don't call it emergency. So maybe we have to see and to study how many emergency you treat every day. And then at which, to which extent we can treat emergency in a clinic, and how to treat severe case in emergency institution with the help of MBBS at the beginning, probably to see with the support, because ICU most of the time it is technology who support the life.
Just to answer to both questions, first, ma'am, your answer, you are absolutely right. When we enter into ICUs, we are seen as at a very degraded level. Now, the positive part of that story, or the another part of the story is, from our experience from last 4 years when I started practicing medical cannabis and along with Rash Shastra. So I will give you one example, and you can have one-to-one discussion with us, and we have several case studies to that as well. So when in an ICU, the patient is dying in terms of the MDRs or superbugs these days, means the multi-drug resistance infection, and any ICU is not able to revive them. And what is the final endpoint for them is, the report is there where all the highest level of antibiotics are showing as resistance as far as the report is concerned on one side. So there is no sensitivity with any antibiotic. So that means it has been called as this MDR or a superbug, which is not responding to any antibiotic, right? Technically, the definition is that as per the medical science. Correct me if I'm wrong. And in the culture, we are seeing the infection is growing and growing, and they are like recently, in fact, 15 days ago, I had a patient with around 250 ml of pus discharge daily. The case was cholecystectomy. The gallbladder was removed, and due to some issue in the surgery, the infection started, and the pus is coming out. And they have tried so many antibiotics, and ultimately the entire profile is now resistance. Now we started with Ayurveda medicines, and within 1 week it has been reduced to around 10 to 15 ml, and now it is negligible, and they are removing the bag. The doctor was also saying that no, we can't do anything, and you want to do anything, you can do. And when I got introduced, so they were like, initially they were also very like doubtful that no, I don't think so it will work, no antibiotic is working. But when the patient attendant forced, they allowed the medicines, and now when they are saying that look, after Ayurveda medicine it is getting reduced, the pus is getting reduced, and patient is getting improved. And same happened to some other cases in past as well. So my point is, at some point of time they are also feeling exhausted, and now patients are, because that family has been treated at the time of COVID also, so they were aware that yes, Ayurveda can help. So patient driven approach we need to take forward. Until or unless we don't have ICUs in the Ayurveda setups, we don't have emergency medicines. And the second important aspect with sir question also, see, whenever a disease is an emergency condition is there, as a technical or a medical or whatever person, we need to understand that in times of emergency sometimes we need to ensure the formulation, be it herbal, hits the target within seconds or within minutes. And sometimes only there is an option of intravenous route. Until or unless the Ayurveda medicines will be allowed in that IV route, which has been stopped due to some issues and some, I don't want to get into that discussion. But IV, nobody is saying that Ayurveda medicines cannot be into IV. It's just the matter of research. It's just the matter of documentation. First of all, it's just we need to snatch that rights from other people, that yes, we can also do IV, we can also have IV interventions, and we can test this, we can prove it that this is working, and then only we will be allowed to get involved in that. So that can be another route of treatment which is available. So it can be disagreed in terms of Shastra, you can have your discussions and all. But if we really want to get into the actual emergency, we have to get it into the various dosage forms, be it IV, be it transdermal, be it rectal, be it any form. Then only we'll be able to say that we are managing emergency with the entire Ayurveda medicines. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Girish. This is very innovative and very important project. There are many related dimensions to this project, right? Ranging from legal infrastructure, connection with existing machineries such as 108, 102, etc. So I think along with compilation and collection of Yes, I think along with compilation and collection of emergency care practices, the next phase can include a situation analysis with a precise research question that how well Ayurvedic institutes are well equipped to handle emergencies. What are the status of training? Because CPR is neither Ayurveda nor allopathy. Oxygen is neither Ayurveda, water, neither. So there are so many things. And hence, my friends, we also need to extend and transcend our concepts of Ayurveda, right? And this is the era of collaboration. This is the era of hand-holding, utilizing the best of conventional advances, not just modern medicine, conventional advances and traditional wisdom for the benefit of the people. And hence, enthusiasm is very important, but enthusiasm coupled with strategy, that will take us a very long way, which all of us want to walk far. And this project is going to have several recommendations. For example, there are many states. In India, health is a state subject, and many states, they allow Ayurvedic physicians to take active role in emergencies, and some states, they are very conservative. Institutions, Ayurvedic institutions are also conservative. So considering all these aspects, don't stop here. You have just scratched the surface, but that needs to go a very long way with all strategy and enthusiasm. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. It's a very great initiative, and it is very well required subject. But when you asked what is emergency for you, let me just explain my background. So I studied my UG in Maharashtra, where we do have exposure to both modern and Ayurvedic setup. In our college, we do have this exposure, and then I'm doing my PG here in Kerala, where there is a there's a distinct roles of Ayurvedic and modern practitioners. So when I think from myself as an Ayurvedic practitioners, what can be the emergencies? The first emergency which I feel is like with the influence of modern, there has been some emergencies which has considered that it has only surgical solutions. But it is not always true, as sir said, that this thought that it can only be cured with surgical interventions, but it's not true. So that what that orientation is required for Ayurvedic people, because see, surgery is still a taboo, I won't say, but surgery is still been seen superior in all aspects. Even if it's general medicine, anything, surgery always, in modern also, surgery always has a golden hand, because they treat immediately. So the confidence which we have to gain, we want to gain, is where up to what we can stop the situation from going to surgery, because still it's a big deal. And the second emergency which I feel is, we all are dealing nowadays, we all see that there is a Vyadhi Sankara. We all deal with the patients who has plenty numbers of comorbidities. In our Ayurvedic hospitals also, we have a post-stroke patients, and we have all read the risk factors for it. We do come across a stroke patient, and he's admitted and his BP is shooting up again. And sometimes we fail to understand that situation, or suspect that situation early. And then we land up that patient getting another stroke or having some other complications. So that orientation, for example, in our Shastra also, whole Indriyasthana has been explained, where we can understand that, okay, up to what stage we can intervene, or what can be the red flags for a disease, if I can say. Or as a part of exercise, we can do, like Chikitsa Sthana has been limited to 30 chapters, but there are nowadays all sampraptis are getting mixed. So we do sensitize ourselves that what can happen after this. If I'm seeing a stroke patient, if I'm dealing with it, what all criteria, even if it's Ayurvedic criteria, what all criteria I have to check upon. It's not only about BP, it can be about Nadi, it can be about Mutra, it can be about any other. Ashtavida Pariksha has been given, but that criteria is also to be taken care of. And it's not a work which only a single practitioner can do, because it needs a large database it's required. So if you're doing this work and you're connected with so many people, I would not recommend, I will request you all, if you can take this point also in consideration and create a database which will help other practitioners in this field also.
Hello, Dr. Mike. I mean, I'm here. Okay. It's a wonderful venture what you have already started, the whole team. And I would like to ask, I mean, since you have already visited so many institutes, you have met so many doctors, and you have compiled the data, it seems, right? I mean, is this data available for the public, or how is it? I mean, if somebody would like to know more about what was the conclusion in this whole trip, how would you share this?
We just came back, so
Okay, fine.
we would like to publish a book to bring the first step of this project and to see the different practice during the yatra, the network. So we'll compile a book, and in the same time we'll try to select the best clinical case or case series from the different Vedyas, and help them to publish it in the good journal. We need now to have 10, 15, 50, 100, if possible, good publication showing, yes, it exists. Vedya are treating emergency today in India.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Namaste to all. First of all, let me congratulate Dr. Mayal and his team, because as far as I am concerned, it's a very happy occasion, because it was a dream coming true for me. Because of when I finished my Shalya Tantra, Bhagna Chikitsa, the Marma Chikitsa from Trivandrum, I had a dream like that. Because when I was studying in Kottakkal, a team had visited from Andhra, and as similar to an yatra to Kerala colleges. So we had an interaction with them in this one. So after that, I remember that, okay, I'll instance where how strong we are and we have forgotten that we are strong. That is the Marma Chikitsa. Marma Bhagna Chikitsa, Bhagna, how many of you will be confidently able to tell that, okay, you can at least give a first aid for closed fracture, which can be managed by close manipulative reduction, or a dislocation of the shoulder? How many of you? Yeah. See, this is where we have people, we have the tradition, we have the right from the bone setters whom we can consider at the academic level, non-academic level and the academic level. And the academic level, we know that we had been trained properly and this has been lost. That is why we are not confident about it. Now I am telling that immediately after passing out, I had a chance to go to one of the colleges in South Karnataka where the teachers' conference was going on. Sharira teachers' conference was going on. And I was not knowing, I went into the second day, it was in 90. Yeah, at that time, the Sharira teachers, anybody, please excuse me if they were there, I was having a conference. And I went on the second day afternoon. Morning I went. So I asked one of the registrars took me around. I asked him to take me around the hospital. And then I went in the hospital and identified. I just asked for any cases with trauma history. So with history of trauma, I collected 2 or 3 cases. And then when I went, at the time only OHP sheets and all, unfortunately the power also went off and I had to be extempore. Second day, I remember still Dr. Anjaneyya Murthy and all the other stalwarts were in front and I was just an entry into the academics actually. So at that time I opened that session with this one only. Now if you are treating this patient in this bed for Janu Marma Abhigata, I will be treating for Ani Marma Abhigata. And in this, you are treating him for Gulfa Marma Abhigada. I wish to differ that I will be treating for Kurcha and Kurcha Shiro Marma Abhigada. And some of these examples I gave that if you are going to treat for a pain in the Hasta, I will be treating the Amsa Marma, not the Manibandha Marma, I told. And it got interested. So this interest is one thing which we have lost because we don't go for it and people are not aware of it. Ignorance is the thing, I believe. And this yatra where they have met people, surely you know that you have a bank of knowledge which is being lost, which is being gathered also. Now the thing of whether integrating with the modern system and having the modern medicines into it is one of the things which is a bigger issue. But as Girish sir told and all, to adapt the technology, technology is our, whole mankind's contribution towards the progress of mankind. So 2 things are there. Third thing is that how we will be, so this example I told, on that day they had decided, so after the lecture, Dr. Anjaneyya Murthy sir got up and told, which was very revealing for me at that time. He told that he started talking about we now resolve to cancel the decision which we have taken yesterday, because this man has told that from Hetu, Lakshana to Chikitsa, Marma Chikitsa is important, and in acute condition and emergency condition it is needed. Marma Vijnana is needed. So then only I remember he told that the previous day they had decided that there will be a soft decision where in Karnataka colleges the Marma question usually comes for 10 marks. So usually people skip it off, whether it is 2 5 marks or 3 marks or 1 10-mark question. So even without that 50% you will achieve, so they will just leave that portion. So then they resolved that no. So everyone was resolving a previous day that they won't teach that much and they won't ask any questions in the Viva or practicals. So that was the, slowly it can be shelved in the attic. That's what we are doing now also, is it not? That's what we are doing now also. But then he told that, no, this is an important area. Later it will prove a good thing in emergency medicine also, and we should not leave it. Everyone, by that chance, we have to make them learn it from wherever they know, they can get a chance. And in this opportunity, I tell that I have a personal belief that India can contribute, the Indian sciences can contribute, the Marma science can contribute for the way resuscitation is being done. There is very clear example of Tamil Varma methods, the Kalari Marma methods, and also if you think that these are only in Tamil Marma and Kalari Marma, I wish to differ, I will tell you. There are methods for revival of a patient from his unconscious stage, which is an emergency situation. Maybe it is, especially when it is a traumatic situation. I would like, after my little talk, I will like Dr. Rishi to talk upon some Adangal. Because people have to know that. Our richness we have to communicate. So here we know that if I ask you how many of you today, somebody I was in a private talk, I was asking, how many of us do know the meaning of why the Indravasti Marma? Why that Marma between the Janga, between the Janu and the Gulfa, named Indravasti? Acharya could have named anything else. So naming of each Marma has a name given to it, and because we know that it looks like Kurcha, so it is called Kurcha. The Shiras of the Kurcha Shira. That we know. Some are very, very evident. Some are very cryptic. The whole of Marma Shastra is cryptic. I wish to tell that there is a lot of hidden things over there. And now if you try to decipher yourself with all your thing of why it is called Indravasti, then you have a lot of true utilization in emergency medicine. Now that point between the Angushta and this one is called Chipra Marma. Why you call it Chipra Marma? So there is a lot of things which have to be studied, I believe. And I know that very well. You have Dr. Shanmugam, he is not a medical doctor, but he is a medical practitioner of Siddha. No, not Siddha, Varma Shastra. He has many modern doctors as his students, as his colleagues. He never claims himself to be a doctor. And I quote two examples. One is a pediatrician is there. You have seen that when the baby is brought out and it does not cry, you know that you shake it, you beat it, etc., etc. But a paper is there where the neonatologist uses the Adapakalam, Adangal, for reviving the baby. You know that there are, you can tell that the Chipram I told, now I will give you an indication where if you know the controlled manipulation of the Marma Chipra, you can revive, when you are in a travel, somebody is in epileptic fits, you can bring him to normalcy or her normalcy if you know that. So this is the emergency situation we were discussing, whether it is acute or this thing. You are on a travel. A boy or girl has gone in for epileptic fits in a train. I had got this experience. So when you put your hand, the baby or the child becomes normal. Patient coming with acute pain, you understand that it does not look like Girdasi, it does not look like Sankochavada, etc., etc. But you know that if you put your hand there in that particular place, you have the pain subsided, the patient coming normal. So I just wanted to make you inquisitive also. I wanted to make you know more about our Shastra. Now I will give an example. It is not in Tamil, or there is Marutattal method. We were talking today, somebody was talking. And in Ayurveda, if you go between the lines, read. Yesterday, I remember, Sarabji, if he is not there, you have to go into the Samhitas. Now, there is a situation in Vasti Vyabhat Chikitsa. Vasti Vyapat Chikitsa, how many of you read? Everyone. So where you know that in an empty stomach, if Anuvasana is being done, it goes to it can reach the Kanta even. And then Prana will be, whether to Apana will be ready to leave the Prana. Go off. Like there won't be the hold. This Pratiloma, that much of Pratiloma. What is the method which has been told there? Have you read through it? What is the maneuver which has been? So that is why I tell that we don't advertise, we have no documentation or paper published on that. So we don't have the Raman maneuver or Charaka maneuver, Sushruta maneuver or this one. Otherwise, in modern texts you see, any procedure which is done as a treatment will have its McKenzie's maneuver, this is McDonald maneuver, etc., etc., etc. So remember that there he has been told that, okay, the patient has to be lifted by the arms and then both the flanks have to be massaged from up to down, and then this dharana has to be done. Procedure is told, but if we don't discover it, if we don't see it, it's our fault. So emergency, it's an emergency situation. In your clinic, it can happen. So there it is told. So I don't go along because it's already 8 o'clock, I think. But I would like Dr. Rishi to tell something regarding the Adangals so that the crowd will be knowing. Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
So, but before I answer that, it's time for dinner. So whoever wants to go for dinner, they can go and they can keep the schedule. But we are having a very hot topic over here. There are many more things that we would like to, few more things that we would like to share. One is regarding the Adangal, lost methods of resuscitation medicines. This is a cut to preparation. And we have a video on toxicology and a few more questions to be answered. So those who are interested can stay back. And so I hope anyone who wants to leave. Okay, fine. So first I'll just answer a few questions that were put up. One is regarding the acute conditions, the nature of the acute conditions that we encountered in our yatra and that was being practiced. We encountered cases from eminent Vaidyas such as Ravi Shankar Parvaji, who was managing cases of brain hemorrhage, hemorrhagic stroke in his emergency management. And he has documented all of these cases, and he also has a paper published on the same. And we met Vaidya Tapanji, who has a 19-minute protocol to manage the case of cardiac stroke. And the question of surgical intervention was brought up. So there was, we met Vaidya Upendra Dikshit, who one of the most common cases that is mentioned or recommended or referred for an emergency surgery is the case of acute appendicitis. He has documented methods of intervention in this condition, and he has got all of this documented as well. So this is the 3 questions I would like to answer. Mucormycosis is different. And so Adangal. So Adangal is a very interesting concept that we find in the Tamil system of Varma. And this is exactly what makes our science, Ayurveda, Siddha, Varma, much more advanced than what Western science is even conceiving. We're talking about mechanics. So Dravya, Guna, and Karma. Structure is preceded by a change in chemistry, and a change in chemistry is preceded by a change in the mechanics or the dynamics of the body. What you're doing in Adangal, the word Adangal itself means to arrest. You're arresting. So what is happening is that the Western counterpart, the Western physician, is looking at the chemical change in the body, what is changing in the chemistry within the chemical compounds, and consequent change in the structure. And this is how they're trying to approach. They're looking into specific chemical compounds that can either control, inhibit, or accelerate specific things. So say that your function is going down, you give adrenaline, which is a chemical compound, to accelerate it. We met Vaidya Ashutosh Patankar, who gave us a very interesting method of inducing adrenaline. You don't need to pump adrenaline into a patient, just give one tight slap. This is unethical, maybe, but his methodology. So what you're creating is a shock. The shock creates an acceleration in your body, and that automatically secretes the adrenaline inside. So you don't need to worry about giving specific chemical compounds. Similarly, Adangal is one such technique. So what is happening in case of an acute condition is that the velocity, the force within your body. So we don't think of this. We think of the Vayus as merely energies, but these are mechanical pressures and forces within your body that are going out of control. So when we talk about the 4 Vayus, including the Panchavayu, the 5th Vyana Vayu, we're talking about the pressure within your cranial, thoracic, abdominal, and pelvic cavity. It's as simple as this. When the pressure exceeds or when it's collapsing, that's when we consider it as a case of emergency. So what you're doing in an adangal is that you're giving the exact opposite, or you're giving an equal amount of opposite velocity to arrest that particular pressure or force, which is causing the tissue to either collapse or to literally burst out. So these adangal techniques are nothing but instant resuscitation methods where you're arresting the velocity of your vayu with simple manual techniques. One of the most common, and whenever you do any varma therapy throughout the body, is once you fix up the flow of the vayu throughout, you have the adangal which is done on top. You put one hand, another hand, tap. You're arresting the flow of the vayu within your body. This is not just done over the head, but this is done over specific parts of your body where the vayu has a capacity to burst out. So this bursting out is nothing but your tissue collapsing, which is then changing your chemistry and creating tissue damage. So you consider any condition as an emergency when the tissue is collapsing. That is the primary understanding of when you intervene in a case of emergency. So when you're doing an adangal, you're doing the exact opposite by giving an equal and opposite force to arrest this. And so now I think we have. Okay. So, pardon? Okay. So we have the remaining parts which we can, I think, discuss later, after dinner, during dinner, anytime. Yeah.
So this is the next topic of the workshop after Ayurveda Conversations. Because there are hidden methods and you have to divide them. Many things. This is the next topic.
Thank you. I
thank
think
you,
we
sir.
have to close.
Thank you,
because
Girish
we
sir,
have,
for your wonderful suggestion.
we can gather after food if you want
Yes,
outside.
Mailji, I agree with you. We just because we have to consider our kitchen workers and the guys who have been sitting here,
Sure.
officially, because they have to start again tomorrow morning. So we have to have the dinner break now. After that, you are free to convene anywhere on the campus and continue your discussion. We are very happy that you are having a wonderful time here.
Srija.
So I apologize for interrupting the session just because of this.
Can I speak for 90 seconds? Will you time me? Someone time
And
me?
I will gently ask you guys before you leave to help us put the chairs together
Yes.
in order again, the way
Sure.
they were. Thank you very much.
Can I just speak for
Bhaswati ji.
90? Yeah. So I have worked in emergency rooms, and I wonder how many of you have been thinking about what these situations are. So I'm just going to mention some conditions, and I want, if you can, as you leave, think about what you would do from Ayurvedic standpoint for these conditions, because this is what we learned in emergency medicine. You all know I'm an allopathic doctor who then learned Ayurveda. If someone has acute fever, I'm just going to name them, okay, because we don't have time for discussion. If someone has acute nausea, if someone is uncontrollably vomiting, if they have uncontrolled atisara, like we have bol badharas, right? Do you know how to use it? If someone's having a stroke, which was mentioned, if someone has a wound that either they got in the kitchen, which is very common, like cutting on a knife, or a wound in a motor vehicle accident, do you know how to? First, just think how you would approach it in your clinic. Issues in labor and delivery. So we talked about the child not being, not being resuscitatable, but also of the mother bleeding, especially if her placenta is coming out in a way that the bleeding is not controlled. Any kind of trauma from workers in their work environment. For example, they fell out of a tree, or factory workers who have gotten injured by an instrument if they come to you. Respiratory distress, which some of you cared for during COVID. Snake bites, scorpion bites, burns, which you can have either in the kitchen or in the factory or even in car accidents. Acute pain was mentioned before. Seizures. If the people that work in rasashalas inhale in some of the ashuddha the smoke when bhasmas are being made. Acute coronary syndrome, which is like heart attack or cardiac arrest. Sepsis, which usually comes with fever, but not always in compromised patients. Poisoning, sports injuries, high blood pressure uncontrolled, which someone mentioned, and high sugar. They come in saying they have high sugar. So in Ayurveda, we ask them what their symptoms are. So this is a compilation of things that we are trained in emergency medicine, and I'm always thinking how to treat with Ayurveda. And because I was kind of senior in my hospital, I kept turmeric because it's far better for wounds, acute wounds, especially on the face where there's a lot of vasculature, than any of the atropine or any of the drugs that I had. So I started introducing this, and I actually wrote an article in 2014 called Emergency Medicines for Ayurveda. So I love this topic, and I encourage all of you guys what you're doing, but just think about these conditions and what you would do. Chat with each other and write to that address, iuemergency@gmail.com, and tell the group what you would do, and maybe that can be the start of a case series. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhaswati ji.
Thank you very much. Ashivat team, Dr. Ram Kumar, and all the...
Wait for a few seconds, sir. It was turning on the mind in quest of thinking a new path with more confidence in stepping emergency medicine, that is the Adhyayika Chikitsa, rather rolling or sticking to the modern medicine. I cordially welcome Srivat sir for felicitating our wonderful Ayurveda Emergency Yatra team. First, I call Dr. Mail Wogley sir, MD, PhD Emergency Medicine, Medical Director of ICU and Mountain Accident Mayot, PI of Ayurveda Emergency Project. Where should I stand? Things are changing faster. Where should I stand? All the way. Dr. Skandesh sir, research ethics scholar, community and clinical researcher. Dr. Skandesh sir. Dr. Rishi Manivan sir, BAMS MD in Chinese medicine, 48th descendant of Atri Maharishi Siddha lineage, Ayur Emergency Project scholar. Dr. Prasanna sir, clinician and director, Institute of Traditional and Codified Sciences. Dr. Shankaran sir, BAMS graduate, clinician and disciple of great Vishavaidya, Vimala Antarjana and Brahmadatta Nambudri sir. Abhimanyu Abhijit, 10th generation traditional Vaidya and he is finally a BAMS student in Ashtanga Ayurveda Vidyapitha Evam Chikitsalaya College, Kerala. Vaidya Akhil Murkanur, BAMS graduate, clinician, Vishavaidya, disciple of Vishavaidya Ullanur, Brahmadatta Nambudri and Vaidya Acharya Vimala Antarjanam. And last, Pradesh K, Head of Documentation.
We would like to thank a lot Arshivot team, Vedyagrama team, Dr. Ramkumar, and all the Vedyas who support us with their heart. And we feel each time we were in the yatra, we feel a force with us because of all this community. Thank you very much.
So, dear students, before departing for your dinner, tomorrow's session, the puja starts at 6 a.m. and 7 o'clock we will have a Swadhyan session with Prasad sir again. Whoever missed it today, please make sure that you attend. It's very important. It was very beautiful. And after that, 8 o'clock we will have breakfast and 9 o'clock we will start the session because tomorrow we have valedictory function. We are starting everything early. Okay. So thank you. Have a good night. Also, please help in arranging the this thing for the stage committee. Thank you.
You have to say the list, right? Please have a minute.